guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. A Pennsylvania congressman says he's working to get the rare earth minerals deal with Ukraine back on track. Republican Brian Fitzpatrick said he had a lengthy and productive conversation with President Zelensky's chief of staff and that they are 100% getting this train back on the tracks and the minerals deal will be signed in short order. House Speaker Mike Johnson says Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky may have to leave office after his public disagreement with President Trump.
Appearing on NBC's Meet the Press, Johnson says Zelensky needs to show the proper gratitude for U.S. assistance during the Russia-Ukraine war and work towards ending the war.
Either he needs to come to his senses and come back to the table in gratitude, or someone else needs to lead the country to do that.
Johnson dismissed claims the U.S. appears to be siding with Russia in the conflict, insisting that President Trump is still committed to opposing Vladimir Putin. This comes after Trump and Zelensky had a heated exchange of words while meeting at the White House last week. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
The ACLU is suing the Trump administration to stop the transfer of 10 immigrants to Guantanamo Bay.
The activist group argues there's no legal authority to transfer them to the detention camp and say the move would violate both federal law and the U.S. Constitution. The ACLU clarified they aren't challenging the administration's authority to detain the individuals. They're only fighting against their transfer to Guantanamo. I'm Mark Mayfield.
On Saturday, President Trump signed an executive order which makes English the official language of the United States.
Our nation's historic governing documents have all been written in English. It is therefore long past time that English is declared as the official language of the United States, reads the White House statement. It marks the first time the US has designated an official language at the federal level since the country was founded almost 250 years ago. Nearly 68 million of America's 340 million residents speak another language other than English. Benji Heyer, Washington.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
In today's troubled world, our USA Armed Forces stand ready to protect you and our American way of life. When veterans return to civilian life, they deserve your recognition and support. You can help put vets to work by donating your car, truck, or van to Patriotic Hearts. Your donation will directly support programs to help vets find jobs or even start their own business. Donate today for fast, free pickup of your vehicle, running or not. Operators are standing by to answer questions about making a tax-deductible vehicle donation. Find out how you can make a difference in the life of a United States veteran. Call 800-209-4580 for 24-hour response. Call 800-209-4580. 800-209-4580. That's 800-209-4580.
Nearly 5,000 acres have burned in South Carolina as 175 fires have been reported across the state.
The largest of the fires is in Carolina Forest near Myrtle Beach and has burned 1,600 acres. More on the latest conditions from meteorologist Bill Cairns.
There's a lot of fire departments that are on this Ori blaze. That's the one that they still say is 30% contained. I think that number is going to jump significantly. They've had a lot of water drops on it.
So far, no injuries have been reported. In North Carolina, a fire in the Blue Ridge Mountains has scorched nearly 500 acres and was 30% contained at last check. I'm Lisa Taylor.
Protesters assembled at over 50 Tesla showrooms across the nation on Saturday in protest of CEO Elon Musk and his Doge team firing federal employees.
The demonstrations are part of the Tesla Takedown, which its website says hopes to encourage stakeholders to sell your Teslas, dump your stock, and join the picket lines. Nearly 1,000 protesters assembled with signs Saturday in Tucson, Arizona, declining sales have hurt Tesla's value, which Musk owns 13%. Tesla shares have dropped by almost 28%. I'm Jim Forbes.
Skype is shutting down.
It will shut down in May as Microsoft redirects users to Teams. Skype users can move their accounts to the Teams app, where the tech giant notes they can use many of the same features. A Microsoft executive calls Skype an integral part of shaping modern communications and supporting countless meaningful moments. I'm Michael Kastner.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Papa, why can't we telegraph while riding a horse?
Son, there ain't no one to blame but Jeffro. He was riding old Betsy the Stallion, tip-tapping away at his telegraph, when blam, ran right into the side of the saloon.
Well, if Jeffro can't do it, neither should you. Don't text and drive.
Visit StopTextStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
Another dark night on the interstate, another 100 miles in the pouring rain. These are worth all the time I've spent away. Another dark night on the interstate. Trying to make it right, my baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls, I'm 1,000 miles away from my old
Time to shut down Manic Monday. All right, so we make it through the hard part. Now we settle in. Actually, get something productive done as we close out a Monday. Turn the page on the calendar. March 4 coming our way. From time zone to time zone, welcome aboard the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Looks like we're hanging about 40 degrees outside the secret bunker. Kind of the calm before the storm. Things are just really beginning to get underway with a major storm. It's going to have a little bit of everything, from severe weather, tornadoes, lots of wind, blizzards. Yes, blizzard warnings are in place. All right, we'll start with a look at our travelers' weather. We do have some stronger storms. The line just kind of coming together in western portions of Oklahoma. We've seen numerous severe thunderstorm warnings along that line. There have been a couple of tornado warnings issued, one of which will be expiring here in about 5 minutes. So that was just the first couple of warned tornado cells. And there's going to be potentially several dozen, maybe more, in the coming 24 to 48 hours. As I said, as this storm just really begins to ramp up. Got that line of storms at this point starting in south-central portions of Kansas, stretching from north to south into the southwest corner of Oklahoma. And again, along that line, damaging straight-line winds, torrential rains. But it's all just kind of the beginning. The wraparound. We've got snow falling tonight in central and eastern Montana. A little bit of snow beginning to fall in parts of Wyoming. You got some pockets of heavier snow from about Denver, south of Denver, into Pueblo, Colorado tonight. First couple days of March, here we go. Meteorological spring has arrived, and the atmosphere not wasting any time, dishing out severe thunderstorms from central and eastern portions of the country. This is a potent storm. It's going to move out of the Rockies overnight tonight, traveling east across the country right on through the week. Northern side of the storm, you've got the cold air in the northern plains. We'll see a swath of snow from parts of Colorado to the Great Lakes. On the southern side, this is going to come in the form of rain and severe weather. Thunderstorms are going to be erupting overnight from southeast Kansas to central Texas. AccuWeather tells us the storms will be capable of producing damaging winds, hail, and maybe a tornado or two overnight. Now, they did note this initial round of severe weather is kind of unique in that it's beginning after the midnight hour local time, rather than in the afternoon or evening hours. So we see cities like Wichita, Kansas, Oklahoma City, and eventually on down to the Dallas metro could all experience severe weather in the early morning and maybe approaching sunrise Tuesday. Some of the morning commutes are going to be impacted in these cities, with lingering flooding and ponding on roads possible through the first half of the day. Now, this Tuesday is forecast to bring the most widespread severe weather this week. The continuation of strong thunderstorms and a secondary round of severe storms in the afternoon and evening. Now, all these thunderstorms, as they roar eastward, the biggest threat's going to be the damaging winds, especially Arkansas, Louisiana, western Mississippi. These areas could have widespread gusts up to 80 miles per hour. AccuWeather says we could see gusts approaching 100 miles per hour that cannot be ruled out. So Tuesday and Tuesday night bringing the highest risk of tornadic activity this week. If you have outdoor plans for Tuesday and Tuesday night, of course, those celebrating Mardi Gras in New Orleans, have a reliable way to get your weather warnings and a safety plan in place if you need to take shelter. Now, tornadoes typically have the lowest death toll from natural disasters, but at nighttime, they are far more deadly than they are by day. Now, on Wednesday, the storm responsible for days of severe weather will shift into the Great Lakes region, stretching out that potent wind energy all the way down the eastern seaboard. Now, the line of thunderstorms rolling through the East Coast, it's going to be moving very quickly. Thunderstorms are not expected to last all day, but those that do form will be quite impactful. Main threat of thunderstorms looking ahead to Wednesday will be the high winds. Still, there is a risk for a brief tornado in some of the storms capable of producing hail and flash flooding. As we look to Wednesday, Raleigh and Charlotte, North Carolina, Charleston, South Carolina, be aware of the timing of thunderstorms. The rain from these storms will be actually beneficial for the existing drought, but we could see some flash flooding and ponding on the roadways. In addition to winds created by the strong thunderstorms, the overall strength of this storm is going to produce widespread strong winds across the eastern two-thirds of the country. Yeah, the extensive nature of these winds is probably going to cause more damage and power outages outside of the more intense thunderstorms. Now, for today, Tuesday alone, over a dozen states need to be prepared for localized power outages and travel delays. Most of the major and secondary airport hubs from the Mississippi Valley to the Atlantic will be affected by thunderstorms or strong winds that can lead to flight delays. You flip back over to the weather advisory page. So we've got red flag warnings, in other words, high winds outside of the dry areas all the way into the southernmost reaches of Texas. High wind warnings are in place through much of western Texas, central and eastern portions of New Mexico. We extend right on up to pretty much, you'll say, the entirety of Kansas, Nebraska, western portions, or rather eastern portions of Colorado, southeastern Wyoming. And again, the blizzard warnings, which are in association with those high winds, looks like accumulation-wise, areas in the blizzard warnings, northeast Colorado, western and central portions of Nebraska, anywhere from 2 to 6 inches of snow is anticipated, but you're going to be dealing with 65-mile-per-hour winds. And, of course, the criteria for a blizzard warning is 3 consecutive hours of winds associated with either falling or blowing snow. We've got winter weather advisories then extending through central and eastern portions of South Dakota. As the storm continues to ramp up, at this point it is winter storm watches for much of Iowa, southern Minnesota, and on up into central and northern portions of Wisconsin as the storm, of course, progresses on to the east. We'll give you more on the wind field with this thing. It's going to be extensive. Boy, driving the high-profile vehicles, if you've got an empty trailer or a light load, it's going to be tough, especially if you get caught in the crosswinds. There's going to undoubtedly be numerous tractor-trailer blowover events here over the next day or two. So I mentioned tornadic activity ramping up. Just in from the Weather Service office, they're in Norman, Oklahoma. We've got a cell that's capable of producing a tornado. So it is a tornado-warned cell moving into central and northwestern Oklahoma, Kingfisher County, Blaine County. This storm is moving northeast at 55 miles per hour. So they've got the rotation in the storm, but regardless of a tornado, the sheer magnitude of the speed this cell is moving along is going to have damaging winds, even absent a tornado. So I anticipate it's going to be probably a rather active night as we try to follow things for you, keep you safe out there on the highways and byways. We'll check in with some of our listening friends joining us via Facebook, YouTube. We don't have the chat via Rumble, but good to have you on board wherever your listening source might be. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Scheid Diesel has you covered.
All right, we'll kick it into gear here, get things off and rolling. Make our way into a Tuesday. It is 844-844-3388. I look up at the screen and you may or may not believe it, but you crossed my mind literally a few hours ago as I was kind of scrolling through and I saw that the month of March is National Autism Month, and I thought, Joe normally calls in to give us an update on that, and there he is out of the box. How we doing, Joe?
Oh, I'm doing pretty good. How are you, Steve?
Hanging with them. I'm ready for spring. How about you?
Oh, for sure.
Yep.
Yeah, and huh?
Yes, indeed.
Yeah, so I was calling. I wanted to tell you something pretty interesting. So I decided to start writing my an autobiography about my autism and my experiences as an announcer and public speaker. And I was kind of writing about you a little bit and the times we used to come into your studio and all that and how we call into your show. And so I thought that would be pretty cool to put into my story. How's that sound?
That's awesome. Absolutely, yeah.
And how's Turbo doing?
Turbo's doing great. Turbo's got a new friend. We got a new puppy for Christmas, and his name is Ace. So now Turbo and Ace, Turbo took to Ace. He's acting like a daddy, so they get along great. They play a lot and have a great time. So he's pretty happy right now.
Oh, I'm so happy to hear that. Yeah, my dog, his name is Mark, and he just turned 7 years old a few days ago. He just had his birthday, so he's been having a good day. Well, that's great.
Everything else going all right there in Michigan? You've had kind of a harsh winter, have you not?
Oh, yes. It's been very cold the past few weeks, but finally it's starting to warm up, and everything's good at home. My dad says hi. He's been, we've got a lot of stuff going on with the family drama, so he hasn't been able to call too much, but he still thinks about you. We talk about you all the time.
Oh, well, it's great to hear from you. Tell your daddy I said hello, and thanks for reminding us that March is, of course, National Autism Month.
Yes, sir, and I appreciate you having me on the show, and to everyone out there driving and listening tonight, I just hope you all stay safe, and God bless, and have a good night.
All right, one of these days I'll look forward to maybe getting a chance to read your autobiography. All right, Joe in Michigan. 22 past the hour. I think we're going to call it, rather than Taco Tuesday, I think it's going to be Tariff Tuesday. Yeah, all the tariffs going to be kicking in. Canada, Mexico, retaliatory tariffs possibly coming. We know from Canada. Yeah, not exactly sure what Mexico's response is going to be. We do know the president is going. It's not a State of the Union address at this point, but it's for all practical purposes, it kind of sounds like that's what we're going to have the equivalent to as the president will address a joint session of Congress at 8 o'clock Eastern time this evening. We'll tell you what we know at this point, and there's a lot of speculation about what to expect, but Trump sent out a message this past day that you don't want to miss this. I think he said it's going to be epic. He's going to tell it like it is. What might we learn tonight? But all the latest, yes, on the tariffs and so much more, we'll get to coming up. First on board, Philly Dan. Hi there from the city of brotherly love. Hello to Marianne. Brett joins us from Bozeman. Yeah, okay. Good morning, all. Is it Boss Man? I thought he was from Bozeman, Montana. I guess his handle is the Boss Man. I apologize, Brett. The Boss Man checking in from Illinois. I got you. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. 37 degrees in southwestern Hamilton County, Ohio. Seems like a lot of countries want to do business with us right about now. Just saying. But I got to go. Hammer down. Be safe. All right, you do the same. Rubber Duck, Mishawaka. Waiting for my Cincinnati cars in the morning. All right, Shorty is I-95 southbound, Brunswick, Georgia. 56 degrees tonight. It's Orlando turnaround number 1. Get the week started. Hello, Iron Duck. Roll call, truckers. Everybody be safe and alert. Currently 73 degrees in Waco, Texas. All right, good morning from Kokomo. Hello, Jerry. Have a safe day. Keep smiling. Tell them you love them every chance you get. Good afternoon, Larry. Hammer down. Be safe. Headed back to Hartford, Connecticut tonight. My Schenectady load was still on the ship. Whoops. 26 degrees in Danbury, Connecticut at this hour. Hello, Tank. Good morning, Steve. 31 degrees. Windy and snowy here in Jamestown, New Mexico. Everybody stay safe. Have a blessed day. Hello, Brain Dad. Morning, Steve. Happy, Taco Tuesday. Manic Monday, not so bad. It's off to Laurel, Mississippi for a long day. I'll check in later. Just a heads up, 22 days till opening day for baseball and 2 days till the NHRA Gator Nationals start off the NHRA season. All right, looking forward to that. Gilligan starts his week out. Morning, Steve, fellow listeners, driving under the stars at the Speedway in Martinsville, Virginia. 35 degrees. Yeah, happy Monday to me. Keep it shiny side up. All right, good to have you with us. Good morning from Centerville, Ohio. There's Rob checking in this morning. Hello to Neil. Howdy, Steve. And listeners, found your show a couple weeks ago. We appreciate you. Thumbs up. Thank you so much, Neil. He found us via the YouTube feed there. Cowboy Quarry checks in from Morning View, Kentucky. 37 degrees at this hour. Hello to Gary. Jeffrey in Florida. Morning, Steve, and the overnight crew. 35 raining here on the south shore of Lake Superior, says Neil. They say we're looking at maybe 7 to 10 inches of snow through Wednesday. Oh, boy. Okay, wintertime not over just yet, right? Hello to Jacqueline. Good morning. 40 degrees, Wilmington, Ohio. Buckeye Boy checks in from Ackworth, Georgia. 46 degrees. It was a chilly morning, but we warmed up pretty nice. Got my 2 deliveries and my loading completed. A mechanic was able to get me in to do the oil change and the lube, which was great, but I didn't get out of there till 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Took 2 hours to get home, which is 45 miles away. All the traffic going through downtown Atlanta. Sounds like my ride to KC is going to be interesting today. Not going to leave till about 6:30 p.m. Later today and go the rest of the way on Wednesday. I'm hoping it will maybe clear out by then. Yeah, have a great night, everybody. Be careful out there. It's not going to be the greatest kind of day to be rolling through the central states with the strong storms, and outside of the storms, I mean just wind. Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler, 48 degrees overcast in North Utica, Illinois. Got the powerful chrome-plated cow truck loaded. A freight like a freight train, wound up tight, pointing east for the Hoosier at a high rate of speed. The best way to fight off high wind, snow, and tornadoes is to have a large car with big power, a real truck, so you can get deep into the throttle. A lot of speed and heavyweight's always a cure for strong crosswinds. Plastic trucks that run on timers and haul 50-pound loads are generally best parked when it's snowing and the winds get over 40 miles per hour. Just a suggestion to help my fellow drivers and keep everybody safe. Hoping the Trucking Icon Hall of Famer Carolina Monkey Gouger's safe with the wildfires they've got going there in the Palmetto State. As is the usual, we send that special shout-out to Mr. Gouger from the land of Lincoln. All right, there you go. Good to have you on board. It's 844-844-3388. We'll delve into the tariffs coming up here. Who might feel the strongest impacts? The auto industry apparently is going to be hit very hard by this. More to come.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. A Pennsylvania congressman says he's working to get the rare earth minerals deal with Ukraine back on track. Republican Brian Fitzpatrick said he had a lengthy and productive conversation with President Zelensky's chief of staff and that they are 100% getting this train back on the tracks and the minerals deal will be signed in short order. House Speaker Mike Johnson says Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky may have to leave office after his public disagreement with President Trump.
Johnson says Zelensky needs to show the proper gratitude for U.S. assistance during the Russia-Ukraine war and work towards ending the war.
Either he needs to come to his senses and come back to the table in gratitude, or someone else needs to lead the country to do that.
Johnson dismissed claims the U.S. appears to be siding with Russia in the conflict, insisting that President Trump is still committed to opposing Vladimir Putin. This comes after Trump and Zelensky had a heated exchange of words while meeting at the White House last week. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
In today's troubled world, our USA Armed Forces stand ready to protect you and our American way of life. When veterans return to civilian life, they deserve your recognition and support. You can help put vets to work by donating your car, truck, or van to Patriotic Hearts. Your donation will directly support programs to help vets find jobs or even start their own business. Donate today for fast, free pickup of your vehicle, running or not. Operators are standing by to answer questions about making a tax-deductible vehicle donation. Find out how you can make a difference in the life of a United States veteran. Call 800-209-4580 for 24-hour response. Call 800-209-4580. 800-209-4580. That's 800-209-4580.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Powerstroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hardworking farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
All right, quite honestly, 30 days ago, when the proposed tariffs were postponed, I really thought that they'd come to some sort of an agreement. But not the case. According to the president, not enough has been done to stem the flow of the deadly fentanyl into the country. President Trump saying this past day the 25% tariffs from Mexico and Canada will indeed start today. Now, sparking fears of a North American trade war. He's speaking to reporters from the Roosevelt Room. Trump said tomorrow, tariffs 25% on Canada, 25% on Mexico, and that will start. Yeah, he said the tariffs are to force the two U.S. neighbors to step up the fight against the fentanyl trafficking into the United States. Of course, we know he gave a 1-month delay in February as both countries promised concessions, but Trump said this past day that there's no room left for Mexico or for Canada to avoid these steep tariffs. Obviously, the stock market not happy, down over 600 points after those comments. He did say he would add another 10% tariff on goods from China, on top of the initial 10% that he put in place last month. Canada immediately responds. They will impose 25% tariffs on $107 billion U.S. worth of goods starting today. Kind of a tit for tat, according to Justin Trudeau. 25% tariffs on $30 billion Canadian dollars worth of U.S. goods starting Tuesday. Yeah, tariffs on the remaining will come in effect in 21 days, according to Trudeau. And he said our tariffs will remain in place until the U.S. trade action is withdrawn. Should U.S. tariffs not cease, we're in active and ongoing discussions with provinces and territories to pursue several non-tariff measures. On the southern side, Mexican President Sheinbaum said that her country has a plan should President Trump enforce these tariffs. A press conference Monday, she says, quote, "We have a plan B, C, D in the case the tariffs are put into effect." No details were offered of what those plans might be. Now, at the beginning of February, of course, we know that the tariffs were postponed. The president declared the U.S. trade status with Mexico, China, Canada to be an emergency, and he would be imposing tariffs. Part of the reason he gave was the influx of fentanyl into the United States. The threatened tariffs were withheld for those 30 days to allow some time for negotiations, but that delay failed to achieve the president's objectives, he says. A White House fact sheet said that the Mexican government is actually colluding with the drug cartels to assist the fentanyl smuggling. In addition, the Mexican drug trafficking organizations have an intolerable alliance with the Mexican government. Trump says the government of Mexico has afforded safe havens for the cartels to engage in the manufacturing and transportation of dangerous narcotics, which collectively have led to the overdose deaths of hundreds of thousands of victims here in America. This alliance endangers the national security of the United States. We must eradicate the influence of these cartels. So, word from north of the border, south of the border, where does this go? I mean, in Detroit, the Associated Press, they're all sounding the alarm. This is going to be catastrophic for the auto industry. President Trump's trade wars threatened to claim a casualty on the home front, a.k.a. the American auto industry. When these tariffs kick in, he will disrupt more than $300 billion in annual automotive trade with our two neighbors, wreck supply chains that have been operating for decades, and likely push up the already forbidding price of new cars. Dave Gantz, a fellow at Rice University's Baker Institute, says this will pose an existential threat to the North American auto production. The cost of everything that's imported from Mexico or Canada that goes into a car assembled in the United States. Kelly Blue Book says these tariffs could raise the price of the average new car, which is already approaching $49,000, up by $3,000, maybe more. The price of some full-size pickup trucks could shoot up by $10,000. Now, the pain would intensify if Canada and Mexico counterpunch with tariffs on American exports. The impact of a sustained 25% on Canada and Mexico would be severe, with the full tit-for-tat retaliation likely to push Canada and Mexico into a recession and the U.S. to a point of stagnant growth. This is Andrew Foran of TD Economics. Foran estimates that 25% tariffs would push down auto sales by 13.6% per year in Canada and 10.6% in the United States. Since 1965, when the U.S. and Canada eliminated tariffs on each other's autos and auto parts, North America had turned into an integrated auto manufacturing powerhouse. Mexico was brought into the fold by the 1994 trade pact, and another negotiated by Trump in 2020. The fact that you can tap relatively cheap steel and aluminum from Canada, that you can use the relatively low-cost labor in Mexico to assemble cars, and you can leverage the high-tech expertise and technology of the U.S. together, making North America an incredibly competitive place to build automobiles. Now, much of the production has moved to Mexico. Ford, for example, manufactures the small Bronco Sport SUV, the Maverick pickup. In Sonora, in northwest Mexico, Stellantis makes the Jeep Compass and the Wagner S in the plant in Toluca, west of Mexico City. That's been in operation since 1968. General Motors turns out GMC and Chevrolet pickups at a plant in central Mexico. Just over half of the 8 million cars and light trucks the U.S. imported last year came from Mexico. Number one at almost 3 million, in Canada at number 4 with 1.1 million vehicles. Canada and Mexico are also the top 2 foreign markets for U.S.-built cars and light trucks, accounting for 53% of America's auto exports. By taxing Canadian and Mexican imports, most of which has been entering the U.S. duty-free, this is kind of lobbing an explosive into the elaborate manufacturing network. The cost of red tape could pile up. Ford CEO Jim Farley complaining that so far what we're seeing is a lot of cost and a lot of chaos. GM's Mary Barra, the CEO, said last month that the auto industry conference that GM's been doing some scenario planning and look at what the different things we might be able to change, we can move, what we can respond with. She expressed confidence the company can find ways to mitigate the effect of the tariffs. Stellantis chairman recently said he thinks the administration's policies will boost American jobs and manufacturing. But this is an awkward time for the automakers. They're trying to shift from gas to electric vehicles using revenue generated from selling conventional cars to finance their investment in electric vehicles. So the tariffs could hurt sales, limiting the money available for the electric vehicle transition. But Trump insists this hit to imports from Canada and Mexico are not about trade. It's about slowing the flow of undocumented immigrants and fentanyl across our borders. We cannot allow this scourge to continue to harm the U.S. Therefore, until it stops or is seriously limited, the proposed tariffs scheduled to go in effect March 4th will indeed go in effect. Now, Canada wouldn't seem to be an especially important source of fentanyl. Customs agencies just 43 pounds of fentanyl at the Canadian border last year, whereas it was more than 21,000 pounds at the Mexico border. Many analysts suspect that Trump has another goal in mind. The 2020 U.S.-Mexico-Canada agreement that he negotiated in his first term comes up for renewal next year, apparently. Although Trump characterized the USMCA as a victory and big improvement over the NAFTA deal, it failed to reduce America's trade deficits with Canada and Mexico. In fact, they've actually got bigger. In Canada's case, that's largely because of surging energy exports that the American Midwest and Northeast relies on. So he's probably going to seek revisions meant to ensure that more production, specifically auto production, is done here, not just North America. The tariffs could give him some leverage to pressure Canada and Mexico into accepting the USMCA changes he's looking for. But in the meantime, the North American auto industry should still prepare for a prolonged period of elevated trade uncertainty and potential trade disruptions. 844-844-3380. I see I've got it here. Now, right along that line, the idea is to get more production coming here to the U.S. Fans of Honda automobiles, prepare to start your engines. The Japanese manufacturing giant announcing they will produce their next generation Civic hybrid in the state of Indiana. Yes, the USA rather than Mexico, to sidestep the tariffs on one of their top-selling car models. According to the report this past day, Reuters reporting 3 people familiar with the matter to state Mexico was initially chosen because rising costs were making it tough to produce the car in Indiana and Canada. They continued that now changed since President Trump returned to the White House and said about protecting American jobs. This underscores how manufacturers are scrambling to adapt to Trump's proposed tariffs. While several automakers have expressed concerns, Honda's move is the first concrete measure by a major Japanese company. Japanese second largest automaker had initially planned to manufacture the next generation Civic in Mexico. According to those familiar, production was slated to start November of 27. They now plan to build the new Civic model in Indiana. Production starts in 2028. Expected annual production of about 210,000 vehicles. Honda would look to import from nations not hit by tariffs if production in Indiana falls short of demand. According to one Honda spokesperson, declined to comment on the changes to the Civic production plan. The company would continue to take into account demand and the business environment while considering optimal production and allocation globally. But they noted Honda sold some 1.4 million cars and trucks in the United States last year, including Acura models. They sold more than 240,000 Civics, both gasoline and gas-electric hybrid models, making the car Honda's second best seller in the United States market after the Honda CR-V. So we'll get to your calls ahead. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive Tariff Tuesday.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
All right, we'll head out west. Somewhere headed for, I believe, Phoenix, Arizona. Morning, Senor Heatwave.
Well, good morning, Senor. Hope y'all doing well. Yeah, I'll tell you what. So, Canada and Mexico would rather fight by tariffing our products to their countries rather than fight the border crossings, the illegal border crossings, and the drugs coming over. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, just like the Democrats voting to have boys in women's sports.
Yep.
Yeah, that makes a lot of damn sense. Every
single, I hadn't mentioned that, but yes, every single Democrat senator stopping the legislation to prevent boys from playing in women's sports this past day. They needed 60 votes. Not one Democrat voting to stand up for women in women's sports. Go figure.
Yeah, well, and then they came up with a plan to win back the American heart and minds, and they had to pay a think tank to come up with a plan. Well, they're right there. They can see what's going on. Why in the hell can't they just save their money and say, hey, we need to start talking amongst ourselves about this instead of hiring a third-party group? Hell, I could have told them that for about half the price that they paid this think tank on how to reconnect with the American public. What a bunch of jackasses. They've got the party moniker right. Well, when I was I was listening to Fox News, and I really thought I was listening to a parody of something going on last Friday. And then, they were saying, well, this is live at the White House. I'm like, excuse me? Is Zelensky going off on the president and the vice president, and both of them were turning around and just jumping his butt? It was like, how ungrateful can you be? So, and then I guess here just recently, a couple hours ago or earlier today, he stopped all the military hardware going to
into
Ukraine via Poland or straight to Ukraine.
Yep.
So I guess them boats are doing big old donuts out in the ocean. Well, you know what? He bit the hand that fed him, and now he's going to be paying a repercussion, and he ain't going to like it. And it's not that Trump's pro-Putin. He just don't want any more people dying.
I mean, if you caught on the top of the hour, the news break, they're citing that, this mineral deal that they were going to sign Friday, they're trying to get it back on track. That deal in itself would have somewhat guaranteed Zelensky some protections, because we would then have the United States would have a vested interest in that country. We've been saying since the start of the war, what the hell does Ukraine mean to us? What is our what is our national security interest there? There's nothing there. This would actually put something in place, and that was Trump's point, that in itself would be a measure to prevent Putin from doing anything further to incur an incursion in Ukraine. I don't know what Zelensky was thinking.
Right, but well, they were talking about some Democrat up in Jersey, I think, was feeding Zelensky a line of crap, and apparently he took a hook, line, and sinker. Of course, the guy's a Democrat.
Yep.
And he thought he'd go ahead and just, show that he got a pair, and he was outballed by two guys with bigger ones. Oh, I tell you what, that was something else. They earlier they had said here in New Mexico that I-40 westbound was shut down at mile marker 138 due to an accident. And just as soon as they got around it, it was wide open. They had no mention. And I had checked with 511 prior to me leaving Albuquerque. And the signs on the roads were like, find an alternate route. Well, there really ain't an alternate route getting around that. I don't know when they reopened it. So, you just can't trust the road signs, and you can't trust the 511, even though it's updated every 15 minutes. Now, the thing is, I did run into snow when I finally got back on I-40 there at the 126. And heading west, and it's tapered off considerably now, but they are saying that there are winter driving conditions between Grants and Gallup, New Mexico. So if anyone's heading that way, please be aware of what they say. Now, it may have changed in the last 2 seconds. You never know. So other than that, man, I was listening to, I guess, Fox on Sunday morning, and they were talking about these Indy cars. Now, I thought they had a bigger damn motor in them than what they've got. But am I to understand that these Indy cars have a twin-turbo, 2-cylinder engine behind them that's pushing out nearly 1,000 horsepower and getting them up to, 180, 200 mile an hour or faster? I don't know. Did you hear something about that? Was I misunderstanding?
Honestly, and when it comes, I'm not familiar with what they've got, what kind of powertrain they have in IndyCar. I mean, NASCAR, you got the V8, you know.
Well, you know, some were saying it was a 6-cylinder, and I guess maybe at one time they were 8, and then they're 6. And
I'd have to do a little kind of research, but. Well, we got to pause there, though. We close out hour number 1, 844-844-3388. Our number, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Scheid Diesel has you covered.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Vice President J.D. Vance says he was trying to defuse the situation during last Friday's confrontational meeting with Ukrainian President Zelensky.
Something about my answer just really set Zelensky off, so then he came at me.
So you're blaming yourself.
Then I went back at him.
During an interview on Fox News, Vance said President Trump was trying to be gracious and diplomatic for most of the Oval Office meeting. He says when things really started to heat up, he pushed to take the discussion behind closed doors, but President Trump wanted the American people to see it. Vance indicated there was a lack of respect and sense of entitlement from Zelensky. Secretary of Health and Human Services Robert F. Kennedy is pushing for people to get vaccinated against measles.
Kennedy, who has been known for vaccine skepticism, made the call in an opinion piece on Fox News Sunday. Last week, authorities reported the first measles death in the U.S. since 2015, as a measles outbreak has led to hospitalizations in Texas. While noting that the decision to vaccinate is a personal one, Kennedy said the vaccine protects children and contributes to community immunity. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
Pope Francis has taken another turn. Medical analyst Vin Gupta said his condition has become worse.
Acute respiratory insufficiency, essentially for the lay public, that means that he's having trouble breathing, and it's happening quickly.
Francis has been in the hospital for over 2 weeks due to bronchitis and pneumonia. The Vatican says the prognosis remains reserved. Linda McMahon has been confirmed to lead the Education Department. The Senate voted 51-45 to confirm McMahon, landing along party lines. Democrats have criticized her lack of education experience, as well as her support for President Trump's plans to close the Department of Education. She was formerly with the WWE and left in 2009 for politics. McMahon has been named as a defendant in a lawsuit alleging that the WWE tried to conceal sexual abuse committed against boys who were assisting the ring crew on productions during her time running the wrestling giant. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Did you know that healthy arteries make a gas? Yes, actually 3 known gases. Hi, I'm Dr. Mitch, and nitric oxide is a gas that's readily made all day long to keep our arteries open by relaxing the blood vessel walls. By doing this, our circulation is increased, bringing blood, oxygen, and nutrients to every part of your body. Both age and poor diet can lead to a loss of this precious gas, and in turn, blood pressure can go up, energy can go down, and you can get tingling in your hands and feet. Well, our product, Ultimate Nitric Oxide, can easily help fix this lack of nitric oxide. Go to TotalWellness.com. That's TotalWellness.com, where we are helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
Volkswagen has issued a recall for over 60,000 U.S. cars.
Federal safety regulators say a faulty gear shift indicator could result in a vehicle rolling away if the parking brake is disengaged, raising the crash risk. The recall includes certain 2021 to 2023 Volkswagen models and 2022 to 2023 Audi Q4 e-tron Sportback cars. The problem is tied to a software glitch that fails to display some gear positions correctly. I'm Mark Mayfield.
A winter storm is set to bring severe weather and possible power outages to millions across the nation.
The storm is expected to move through the southern and central parts of the plains later today before hitting the Midwest by tomorrow and the Great Lakes region by Wednesday. The National Weather Service said the Sierra Nevada could see around 12 inches of snow, while the Rockies and Great Basin as much as 24 inches in higher areas. Nearly 170 million people may see winds up to 70 miles an hour this week. John Summers, USA Radio News.
A Seattle parking enforcement officer found a stolen replica of the Liberty Bell.
The bell was stolen from the Evergreen Mosheli Cemetery Saturday. It's estimated to be worth over $100,000. The parking enforcement officer spotted a detached flatbed trailer with a tarp covering something large. He looked under the tarp and saw the bell. He called police and they confirmed with cemetery staff it was a stolen bell. It's very rare. There are only 20 replica Liberty Bells in the world. I'm Brad Ford.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Many Americans are currently celebrating the election of Donald J. Trump. If you'd like a deep dive look into the mass movement behind his political success, visit TrumpWorld.net to get your complimentary digital copy of the Trump World Bookazine from The New American. It's a 96-page special collector's edition, and for a limited time you can receive the digital edition for free. Visit TrumpWorld.net today for your free digital copy of Trump World. That's TrumpWorld.net.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, according to AccuWeather, in classic March fashion, Winds will be wreaking havoc across a large part of the central and eastern states between now and midweek. They're saying winds potentially as high as 90 miles per hour. Definitely going to cause some damage. And, of course, brush fires, a big concern. It's a squeeze play between the storm and areas of high pressure as it crosses the country. Indeed, we will see a swath of heavy snow from the Front Range to the upper Midwest, the severe weather outbreak in the south and east, then flooding rain in the northeast. But the winds associated with this system can be strong enough to cause widespread travel disruptions, bringing down trees, power lines across the eastern two-thirds of the country. After bringing some much-needed rain and higher elevation snow to California and other areas of the Intermountain West over the weekend, storm rolling through the Four Corners region on Monday, kicking out of the Rockies tonight, kicking off day number 1 of widespread strong winds. Areas from Flagstaff, Arizona, east to the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex, northward through the Denver Metro. Going to have to contend with these gusty winds here to start the work week. Everything then progresses off to the east. There's going to be a high to, in some cases, extreme fire risk early this week due to the dry conditions combined with these winds. Everyone's being advised practice fire safety. Adhere to the burn bans and regulations. Of course, dust storms a concern as well. By later today, more than half the country will be at risk for winds that can toss around loose objects, including trash cans, impacting travel, especially at airports and high-profile vehicles. Atlanta's Hartsfield-Jackson International and Chicago's O'Hare among the major hubs that will have to contend with these winds. We could see ripple effects for air travel nationwide. Now, the highest gusts peaking at over 50 miles per hour will be on the plains and in portions of the Tennessee Valley and the upslope areas of the southern Appalachians. Overall, portions of about 36 states, from New Mexico to Georgia and northward to Michigan, may experiencing damaging winds here for our Tuesday. Now, the winds are independent of the severe thunderstorms that are expected to create a large outbreak of severe weather later Tuesday and Tuesday night from Texas into the Mississippi Valley and a portion of the south. Localized winds may be as high as 100 miles per hour. Also maybe a few tornadoes. That heavily populated I-95 corridor and the eastern seaboard finally experiencing the gusty winds on the final day of this episode coming up on Wednesday as the storm intensifies and moves into Canada. The air pressure falls quickly ahead of that approaching front. The winds appear they will be strongest near the coast in the Delmarva Peninsula and along the Jersey Shore, gust upwards of 60 miles per hour. So that's going to lead to blizzard conditions, dangerous travel for hours for a portion of Minnesota, Wisconsin, and the UP of Michigan. And, of course, we saw the wildfires apparently not only South Carolina, North Carolina. There were numerous wildfires that kind of broke out over the weekend in the state of Georgia. Update said they've all been contained at this point, but the Georgia Forestry Commission reported Saturday responded to more than 130 wildfires that burned more than 2,300 acres. Sharing some aerial photos of Lumpkin County. Several fires burned there in recent days. Lumpkin Battalion Chief Daniel Morris said everything that was burning Saturday was either addressed or extinguished. As far as I know, I don't think any public was in danger. But you had dry, windy conditions, the red flag warnings that were in effect over the weekend. Sunday, the National Weather Service said the winds had at that point died down, but dry conditions are still in place. So more winds coming in here later today, and Wednesday will increase that fire risk until some of those heavy rains push through, and that'll drop things down dramatically. All right, Senor Heatwave. Yeah, I did a quick search during the news break there. IndyCar's powertrain includes a 2.2-liter twin turbocharged V6 engine and a hybrid assist unit. The hybrid system with the engine produces up to 900 horsepower. Let's see, maximum RPMs of 12,000. A dual pump direct injection fuel system designed for E85 fuel. So there you go, V6.
Good night. That's just a high-powered go-kart, ain't it? Goodness.
Right?
Well, hell, okay. All right. Well, I've got to say something here about the weather, folks, in New Mexico. They're blowing sunshine where the sun ain't supposed to shine. I am about 45 miles east of Gallup. The roads are dry. So whatever the hell kind of weather system they had up here, it was either overblown or I just drove through it. So you were talking about the winds. Me and my son were out splitting wood, and it went from 0 to 60 literally in a matter of 2 seconds. I mean, it was a clear day, sunshiny, birds were singing, and by the time we got done, we were peppered with sand and all sorts of other unsavory items on us. And well, we got the wood split, but those birds that were singing a funeral dirge when we went inside. Good Lord, that was something else. But this is the time of year where we get our strongest winds, and it's usually about the middle of March to about the middle of May. So right about this time, we're going to start seeing high rate of wind coming in from the west going east. So everybody just be aware that is going to be happening. I was talking to Right Wing Nut earlier, and he said he was infamous. I said, infamous? He said, yeah, he's more than famous. He's infamous. Like, the hell are you talking about? Good night. That old boy, he needs to get himself a GED. And he'd probably be asking me, what the hell's a GED? So, knowing his mentality. But anyways, well, I sure hope I don't know what our record is in baseball right now. I'm sure Gilligan will have more on that, but yeah, it's been one of them wacky seasons. We probably played a bunch of kindergartners and won all 3 games. I don't know, probably by a point or less or more. So other than that, not a whole lot happening. Anything happening in your neck of the woods? And I'll let you go.
All right, not a whole lot really here. Pretty all's quiet on the eastern front, right? Not too bad. I mean, it could be a lot colder. Just waiting for the winds. Yeah, kicking in later on this afternoon, they tell us, Tuesday afternoon, and a lot of winds, and eventually some of the stormy weather comes through our region. I think the strongest storms are going to be really confined a bit further south. The Mississippi, Tennessee Valley regions could get hammered. Numerous tornadoes potentially in the offing later today. The whole measles thing. There's a new chapter being wrote this past day. A word from New York says a child who entered the country from China last week at JFK International Airport in New York has tested positive for measles in Pennsylvania, sparking concerns about those who may have come in contact with this child. The child, a U.S. national who was not vaccinated for measles, arrived at the airport's Terminal 4 last week aboard a China Airlines flight, took a shuttle bus on February 25th to Pennsylvania, where the child tested positive at 2 clinics, according to multiple media outlets. Anyone who was on the shuttle bus between 9:30 p.m. Eastern on February 25th and 3:15 a.m. on the 26th is being urged to get tested for the highly contagious disease, according to the Montgomery County, Pennsylvania health officials. Now, people who were also at a clinic in Collegeville, Pennsylvania from 11:45 a.m. to 2:15 on the 26th, and the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia King of Prussia campus from 12:50 a.m. to 3 o'clock in the afternoon that day, all being advised to get tested. This virus, as we've been talking as of late, can remain in the air and on surfaces for up to 2 hours after an infected person leaves the area. If someone breathes in the contaminated air or touches an infected surface, then touches, say, your eyes, nose, or mouth, you can become infected. Typically, those symptoms will appear anywhere from 7 to 14 days after contact with the virus. Common symptoms, the high fever, cough, runny nose, red watery eyes, and eventually the rash. Now, on February 19, a child arriving from South Korea at Los Angeles International Airport tested positive for measles, and an outbreak in, of course, West Texas has led to the first measles death in this country since 2015. Updates from the CDC late last week said 164 cases in the U.S. this year, and 95% of those cases, they say, were from unvaccinated individuals. All right, measles outbreaks are occurring globally, particularly in Asia, which means there is an increased likelihood of cases among unvaccinated travelers returning to the U.S. That's what we saw in the February 9 case of the Orange County, California resident returning from Asia. Vaccination is the best defense. Measles does not have a specific antiviral treatment, though. If you get it, you pretty much get supportive care. Vitamin A apparently can be administered under the direction of a physician when appropriate. We heard Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy urging parents over the weekend, speak to your doctors about the benefits of the MMR, measles, mumps, rubella vaccine. Which leads us to Carl. Morning, Carl.
Good morning, Steve. Thank you for taking my call. Robert Kennedy, he's got his mind on some good things there about that measles vaccine. And I'm sure that the measles vaccine is way more reliable, probably, than the COVID vaccine.
Right.
You know. The COVID vaccine just came up, you know, it was like a emergency thing, and it didn't have much time to develop. And so it's experimental, and they said so even. It was like, okay, they said, well, it's not going to prevent COVID. It's just going to maybe deter the total
severity.
result of COVID, you know. So basically it's a non-factor almost. So, and then it did affect some people to the point of death even, you know, which makes it even worse. So that's just terrible what the COVID vaccine did. But getting to the reason why I called here, the thing about the tariffs, okay, I haul Honda auto parts, okay? So, and I've been to the Greensburg, Indiana plant up there. It's a very nice Honda auto plant. I've been there a couple of times. And they do have a plant in Mexico where they're assembling the Honda Civic. It's the hybrid. And I'm a big fan of hybrid vehicles, actually, because it's got a battery in it that it's permanent. It's more permanent battery that you never have to charge, you know, and it starts your car, and then it gets it rolling, and then your gas kicks in later on down the road, you know, when you need some extra, you know, power.
Mm-hmm.
The gas kicks in, you know, the gas motor. So it's a very efficient vehicle, and then it kicks in, the electric power kicks in on the level surfaces, and then when you come up to a hill or a mountain or something like that, you need some extra power, the gas kicks in. So it saves gas, and it's a very nice concept. Actually, I like that concept because you don't have to stop and power up your vehicle, you know, for 8 hours or 10 hours or whatever it is. But it's just really more efficient, actually, is what I would think. But the tariff situation, okay, now the tariff is to bring the people to the thinking of they need to do something else, you know, that's more sensible. You know, it's really just a matter of thinking about what you need to do. And it's kind of like Zelensky, you know, in the Oval Office there, you're offering him a solution, but he don't want to take it, you know. And it's just like Canada and Mexico. They don't want to do any changes, you know, so they're going to, you know, do their little spat here with Trump, okay, on the tariffs. And but it's not going to work for them, okay? They're going to eventually have to come around, and they're going to do what he wants done because, yeah, the stock market will go down a little bit for a little while, and that's where we're going to feel it mostly is in the stock market. We're not going to really feel it because on the prices, that is, because everybody don't go out buying cars every day. It's just something that's you're going to have to take a look at for a little while, and then eventually it's going to come back down. You know, the thing about the auto plants is they're going to move back to America. These auto parts places in Canada and Mexico, they're going to move back to America if Canada and Mexico don't comply, okay, and do what they are supposed to do. So it's just like this Honda plant has decided right away they're gonna come back to America, you know, right now. So that's where they belong anyway, and they know that, and so they're just gonna do what they have to do right off the bat. And I've heard that Eli Lilly is planning on doing some pharmaceutical work here in America as well. Eli Lilly, they're going to build 4 new pharmaceutical plants making the medicines that we need here in America, as well as there's a chip plan that Trump is going to announce tonight on the news in his speech tonight. The chip manufacturing from Taiwan is going to be building over here in America as well. Okay, making, you know, a lot of chips for our for our auto manufacturing here in America. So that's another biggie. And really, there's nothing that I don't agree with Trump. Okay, I mean, honestly, I agree with everything that he's came up and done. And as far as the meeting with Zelensky goes, yeah, Zelensky is going to have to comply and do what he needs to do. And actually, I didn't know too much about the minerals thing until this came up. And my idea through this is that the minerals is going to be mined, and we're going to have people on the ground in Ukraine, and Trump is not going to allow Russia to do any missile firing over there when this happens, okay? Because we've got men and women over there who have their own businesses and everything. It's going to take thousands of people to do this mining and whatnot, and they're going to be operating their own businesses. They're going to need their own housing and everything's going to have to be safe. And so security agreements that Zelensky's talking about is already built in.
Yep, exactly. Yep.
You know, and actually, to be honest, I'm thinking a little bit further ahead here, and I know Trump is thinking the same way. Okay, he's got to be, because this is going to happen. If he does this, he will send troops over there. Civil engineering will be introduced into the area to build things like the housing for all these people, and then they'll eventually get around to building an airport, okay, over there. And you know what that airport's going to turn out to be? It's going to turn out to be an American base, okay, for American forces to be inside of Ukraine. And then Russia will see that, and they'll say, whoa, wait a minute. We're going to have to move out of here totally, okay, you know, because that's going to happen, okay. And I don't need to be divulging things that may happen, but that's what I'm thinking is going to happen, okay. And I believe that it can very easily when we get things started, our foot in the door. In other words, that's what Trump is going. He's thinking about that. Get our foot in the door so we can do total safety for Ukraine and help them the way they need to be helped. And Zelensky is listening too much to the Democrats. He's listening too much to Biden, and all of the Democrat meeting before that meeting with Trump there, they had an actual meeting.
Yes.
A great big meeting. And it was just crazy. And I thought immediately, well, if I'd have known about that, if I were Trump, I'd have probably said, you know, Zelensky, you just ought to go back to the Ukraine.
Yeah, well,
or wherever you're about to go.
That meeting
right
with the Democrats turned out to be, and they say that when you enter, you know, into a meeting or whatever, you got to kind of read the room. And when he entered the room with all the Democrats, he read the room. Because they were all chummy, backing him up and telling him, don't take the deal. What he failed to read the room properly in the Oval Office. But we'll pick up with more after this.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Vice President J.D. Vance says he was trying to defuse the situation during last Friday's confrontational meeting with Ukrainian President Zelensky.
Something about my answer just really set Zelensky off. So then he came at me. So you're blaming yourself. Then I went back at him.
During an interview on Fox News, Vance said President Trump was trying to be gracious and diplomatic for most of the Oval Office meeting. He says when things really started to heat up, he pushed to take the discussion behind closed doors, but President Trump wanted the American people to see it. Secretary of Health and Human Services Robert F. Kennedy is pushing for people to get vaccinated against measles.
Kennedy, who has been known for vaccine skepticism, made the call in an opinion piece on Fox News Sunday. Last week, authorities reported the first measles death in the U.S. since 2015, as a measles outbreak has led to hospitalizations in Texas. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Did you know that healthy arteries make a gas? Yes, actually 3 known gases. Hi, I'm Dr. Mitch, and nitric oxide is a gas that's readily made all day long to keep our arteries open by relaxing the blood vessel walls. By doing this, our circulation is increased, bringing blood, oxygen, and nutrients to every part of your body. Both age and poor diet can lead to a loss of this precious gas, and in turn, blood pressure can go up, energy can go down, and you can get tingling in your hands and feet. Well, our product, Ultimate Nitric Oxide, can easily help fix this lack of nitric oxide. Go to TotalWellness.com. That's TotalWellness.com, where we are helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hardworking farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Some of our industry headlines starting this past day with an update where a historic truck stop in Colorado caught fire Sunday morning. About 4 a.m., according to the local Fox affiliate, the South Adams County Fire Department responded to the now abandoned Deno's 6 and 85 restaurant and lounge. Reports were heavy flames. Firefighters battled the blaze at the historic truck stop that was opened in 1947. No one was inside the building. No one hurt in the incident. Cause of the fire still under investigation. Was this an abandoned? I said the truck stop closed in 2017, so I'm not. But it was a pretty big fire, to say the least. Meanwhile, in the state of California, I just can't help but wonder if this kind of coincides. We had a lot of discussion last evening on the Monday program about, so many truck drivers out there that are unable to speak the English language and obviously read the English language. There are thousands upon thousands out there. Any correlation? California Highway Patrol reminding truckers they must obey the signage. directing commercial vehicles to stop at the scale house facilities if they want to avoid the consequences. Troopers with the Grapevine Commercial Vehicle Enforcement Facility taking to social media over the past weekend, scolding a trio of commercial vehicle drivers for skipping the scale house. All trucks must stop at scales. That means all trucks must stop at scales. We've been focusing our efforts on those trucks that are required to stop and don't. And by the way, passing in groups will not help you, and they've got the photo, as these three found out, 3 trucks altogether bypassing. You are guaranteed a roadside inspection, a ticket, and possibly an escort back to the scales for out of service. Now, that post from the Grapevine Commercial Vehicle Enforcement Office generated hundreds of comments via social media, many coming from members of the trucking community. They shared several from the story here via CDL Lice. He said, one says, I've been doing this since 1977. I've been through the Castaic and Wheeler Ridge scales more times than I can count. I've had 1 overweight at Castaic and 0 out of service. I've had 1 overweighted banning. Again, never been placed out of service. There's no need to run the scales if you do the job right. Another says, meanwhile, 40 other cars passing by the scale doing 80 miles per hour. In other words, you're focused on the trucks. Another comment, nobody's going to willingly go into that money pit just to risk getting stopped for no real reason. Then get their safety score dinged and possibly get a citation simply because they're trying to meet a quota. You're almost guaranteed to fail an inspection now, but it all depends on what side of the bed the officer woke up on. I've never been placed out of service, but I've failed more than a few inspections there for very trivial things. And lastly, comment says, they got to make the revenue off them truck drivers there. California Vehicle Code requires every driver of a commercial vehicle shall stop and submit the vehicle to an inspection of the size, weight, equipment, and smoke emissions of the vehicle at any location where members of the Highway Patrol are conducting tests and inspections of commercial vehicles when the signs are displayed requiring the stop. Every driver who fails or refuses to stop and submit the vehicle to an inspection when the signs are displayed requiring that stop is guilty of a misdemeanor. As I said, if you can't read the English language, you don't know what that sign says. All vehicles must stop. All right, one other tidbit before we get back to your calls this morning. For many, just getting their week started here on a Monday night into a Tuesday morning. We did touch on it this past evening, but again, in case you hadn't heard, in North Carolina, they've reopened that section of I-40 after being closed in the wake of Hurricane Helene. Over the weekend, they opened up that stretch that was washed out by the floodwaters back in September. Now, what we have is one lane in both directions, extending roughly 12 miles from the Cold Springs Creek Road exit 7 in North Carolina to the Big Creek Road exit 447 in Tennessee. This opening improves the flow of people, goods, and services between our two states and between locations far beyond Haywood County. Now, you should anticipate delays while driving along the recently reopened portion, as they have what they refer to as unusual conditions for interstate travel. There are narrow lanes with reduced shoulders, speed limit of 35 miles per hour, a 9-inch by 9-inch concrete curb separating traffic, periodic brakes to provide emergency medical access, and there is an emergency-only lane on the eastbound side. Standard-sized trucks are permitted on the one-lane stretch of the highway. Oversized loads are still required to utilize Interstate 77 and Interstate 81 to travel North Carolina and Tennessee. Yeah, right now the update says across the state of North Carolina, there are still 53 routes that remain closed to truck traffic. A total of 149 roads closed to all vehicles from damage from Hurricane Helene, still after all this time. Now, a permanent fix for I-40. They said permanent reconstruction is expected to begin soon. They have no timetable for when that construction is going to be completed. And it is 844-844-3388. Hello, Knuckle Buster. How's your week starting out?
Oh, doing great, Mr. Steve Cumbers. I'm on my way down here to Miami, Florida, singing Miami, Miami, or my Miami, my Tina right there. So, anyway, the best thing to do is just stay out of California. You ain't got to worry about pulling in their scale houses there.
Right.
That's CHP. I thought that stood for California Homosexual Patrol, right? I don't know. That's what somebody told me, so I don't know. 35 minutes. Oh, you really trailer trucking over there now, and you know that's going to be one mess backed up through there, and I won't be going that way either. So, well, I read that President Trump is going to pardon Pete Rose, see?
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. He delivered a scathing statement to the Major League Baseball on his Hall of Fame candidacy. You reckon he's going to get him in the Hall of Fame now?
I know Trump had posted something about that he should have been in the Hall of Fame before he passed, but he thinks he should be in there.
Oh, yeah, absolutely there. Well, I also read they got this drink, Natural Dior LLC issued a voluntary nationwide recall. It's some kind of health drink, see? It's got Viagra in it. How did a health drink get Viagra in it?
Really? Viagra? Okay.
Well, I don't know if it's Viagra. They called it a, what's that stuff called? I don't. Hold on, let me get back on the road here. I got a big old large car blowing me off the road there. I hate this fight down here. I also read President Trump took those boxes that they seized. He put them back on Air Force One and carried them down there to Mar-a-Lago.
Yes,
how about that?
Yes, he gets the last laugh on that, huh? And I think he said all those documents, he said, are going to ultimately be in the Trump presidential library for everyone to see one of these days.
Yes, sir, sure will. Well, you know, the apple don't fall too far from a tree there. Johnny Manziel, you remember him?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, his mama got arrested for DWI down there in Texas, too.
Uh-oh.
Oh, yeah. Come on, girl. Don't be drinking and driving there. I got all right. I got a couple questions for you. You can either answer them or you cannot answer them. How do you cancel an appointment with the sperm bank?
Do I need to know the answer? Well, I don't.
Oh, yeah. Call and tell them you can't come.
Okay.
Did you hear about the banana that went to the doctor?
I did not.
His skin was peeling. All right, Steve, last one. There is scientific evidence that there are two things in the air that will get a woman pregnant. And you're supposed to say, what are they?
Two things in the air. What are they?
Her left leg and her right leg. That's all my bull on it for today.
Oh, boy. There you go. That's all his baloney. Thank you, Knucklebuster. Have a good morning. That's pretty good. Two things in the air. Hello, 5-7, cop in the mail. Who else we got checking in here? Hello, Salty. Brett is on board. Brett says, why do all of Trump's cabinet members call the overnight drive? Well, because most of our audience are conservatives there, Brett. Short and simple answer. Billy, morning, Steve. The overnight drive, folks. Happy Taco Tuesday. Heading up to Garysburg, North Carolina, then down to Southport. Everybody have a great day. Thank you so much. And Pat, yes, he said, not stopping for the scales. You're guaranteed a ticket. All right, see what's going on with Pappy. Got you coming up right after this, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Scheid Diesel has you covered.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
All right, so what was it that Trump said this past day? He kind of set off some speculation about what this first address to Congress will include. Kind of a cryptic message on social media as he is set to address a joint session. This says 9 p.m. Eastern Time tonight, Tuesday night. But he posted on Truth Social in all capital letters, tomorrow night will be big. I will tell it like it is. Republican Representative Nancy Mace of South Carolina kind of amplified the message. She says, quote, spent a little bit of time with the president this weekend, and I have to say this speech is going to be epic. You will not want to miss. Historic, epic, real. Now, Trump's nothing if not a marketer, but he obviously wants people to tune in. It will not be a State of the Union address. He's only been in office for 6 weeks. But it will probably follow a similar format, listing his accomplishments so far, laying out his legislative priorities for the year ahead. State of the Union is required by Article 2, Section 3 of the Constitution, which states the President shall, from time to time, give the Congress information of the State of the Union and recommend to their consideration such measures as shall be judged necessary and expedient. So apparently, Mike Johnson, House Speaker, invited Trump to address a joint session in a letter, writing in part, "Your administration and the 119th Congress working together have a chance to make these next 4 years some of the most consequential in our nation's history. President Trump is coming in, a triumphant return to Congress to address us as the president once again. And in the first month in office, he's accomplished so much, it could fill 3 hours. Trump has such a long series of victories, things that he has done, promises he has kept, and is putting America back on a strong footing, and we can't wait to welcome him back to the chamber," said Johnson. He will almost certainly discuss the need to pass what he labeled one big, beautiful bill to extend the tax reforms from back in 2017. He's also called for further changes, including no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security income. He looks to lower the corporate income tax from 21 to 15% for companies that make their products in the U.S. Undoubtedly, he will address his tariff policies, which would maybe be a way to pay for his new tax proposals. He will no doubt tout that February saw the lowest level of illegal crossings on the southern border in recorded history. Now, his promise to tell it like it is probably means he'll also be speaking to the corruption and the waste that Doge has been uncovering under Elon Musk. And he'll likely, undoubtedly, address the fireworks that erupted Friday with Ukrainian President Zelensky in the Oval Office visit. Now, he has raised the expectation bar for tonight's speech, and undoubtedly he will deliver some banner headlines. Morning, Peppy. What's happening?
Guess I'll have to set the DVR for this one. Hey, no tax on overtime, no tax on tips. Steve, that would more than make up for another $3,000 on a vehicle.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Knucklebuster sounded like a Karnak skit. Remember old Karnak, Steve? Come on, man. You're not that young. On the Johnny Carson show, remember when he held the envelopes up to his head?
Oh, yeah. Okay, I got you.
Yeah. That's kind of like what that was sounded like.
Uh-huh.
Oh, boy. Well, Steve, we gotta trust the experts, so they say, right? Trust the experts that these tariffs are going to cripple the United States, so they say.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we sure trusted the experts when COVID-19 came out, and we see where that got us.
And we heard, we heard this same sort of messaging when he first came into office for term number one, and it was all about China, the Chinese tariffs. This is going to devastate the economy. It didn't.
Man, I'm with 5-7 here. Why don't they just beef up the border a little bit, Steve? You know how much? A couple $1 million? I don't know what kind of games they're playing up there and down there, but I'm with Trump in 5-7. I think they're going to come around here and smell the coffee. They're just trying to play some games, and Steve, they're trying to FAFO, and they're going to FAFO with the wrong guy.
Yeah.
I think it was Daryl that mentioned about the hybrids. Man, I got a couple people I know, Steve, that got them hybrids, and dude, they love them. Love them. So, yeah, I don't know. Maybe, the hybrid might be the way to go in the future. I don't know. Just everybody I talk to that has them. The one I seen, buddy of mine works, there's a little solar panel, Steve, on top of that thing, which gives it enough juice for what it needs to do. You ever been sitting at an intersection, and all of a sudden the light turns green and you hear the car next to you all of a sudden kick on and go?
Mine's got that feature on it. I turn it off most of the time because it scares the crap out of me when the car jolts, It's like, what the...
Man, if you got it, I'd use it. You're going to save on gas, It's definitely a gas saver. Yeah, I don't know, Steve. We'll see what happens here. But why the hell don't we make these damn auto parts here at home like we used to? We need to get the manufacturing back, and it seems like that's happening. Seems like Trump's on it with everything that you were spewing off there earlier about the Japan.
Right, Japan, the Honda. Last week we had, what was it? Apple said, $500 billion they're going to spend over the next 4 years. I forget the one we talked about last evening. Just yesterday, he announced another, a major chip manufacturer, a $100 billion investment. Yeah, we give you more on that coming up. We pause.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump is ordering a pause to all military aid to Ukraine. The president went on to say that the U.S. is pausing and reviewing our aid to ensure that it is contributing towards a solution. Ontario's premier says Canada is set to retaliate against tariffs the U.S. plans to impose on its country starting tomorrow.
I will stop shipments going into the U.S. for nickel. It will shut down manufacturing because 50% of the nickel you use is coming out of Ontario.
Doug Ford told NBC News that the tariffs will be an absolute disaster for both nations, and Canada will respond like the U.S. has never seen before. He's threatened to shut down the electricity that feeds the U.S. California Democratic U.S. Senator Adam Schiff has invited a firefighter to join him at President Trump's Tuesday night address to Congress. Captain Vincent Culliver is a veteran firefighter with the Department of Defense at Vandenberg Space Force Station. He says January's wildfires were a unique experience in his career.
We don't see fires like this in January.
He says he helped fight the fire in Altadena and that federal firefighters need support from Congress. President Trump announced the creation of a U.S. strategic crypto reserve.
Trump made the announcement Sunday on Truth Social. In his post and a follow-up one, Trump said the crypto reserve will include multiple cryptocurrencies. Trump also wrote that he will make sure the U.S. is the crypto capital of the world. John Summers, USA Radio News.
Wall Street closed sharply lower on economic and tariff concerns.
Stocks tumbled in a sell-off after President Trump confirmed 25% tariffs on Mexico and Canada will take effect tomorrow. Shares of chip giant NVIDIA slid nearly 9%, adding to the broad market decline. At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average fell 649 points. The S&P 500 lost 104 points. The Nasdaq dropped 497 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
There are big changes to the water in Lakeland, Florida. Mayor Bill Muntz took a vote as commissioners unanimously decided to end the practice of adding fluoride to water immediately.
All those in favor of ceasing to utilize fluoride in the city of Lakeland signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same. Unanimously passes.
State Surgeon General Joseph Ladapo called on cities to stop the practice after a federal judge's ruling in California stated fluoride in drinking water carries an unreasonable risk of injury to children. Around a dozen middle school students on Long Island are recovering after eating marijuana gummies.
Suffolk County Police say 12 kids ages 13 and 14 consumed the edibles at William Floyd Middle School in Mauritius Monday morning after a student handed them out. They became sick and one was picked up by a parent while the rest were taken to hospitals for evaluation. No word on their actual symptoms. Police say criminal charges won't be filed and that the school will handle any disciplinary action. The school district thanked first responders for their quick response and said they were hopeful the students would recover quickly. Kristen Marks, New York.
A man is under arrest in Southern California for staging a jailbreak.
San Bernardino police officers say the man broke into an animal shelter in the middle of the night with a bolt cutter and freed several dogs. The early Wednesday morning breakout was all caught on surveillance video, which investigators used to track the man down. All but one of the dogs has been recovered safe and sound. One microchip Chihuahua, however, is still on the lam. I'm Mark Mayfield.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
All right, we left off there chatting with Pappy, and depending on which sources you go to, some are saying the sky is falling. These tariffs are just going to destroy the economy. But then you see all these hundreds of billions of dollars in investments that are coming to America. Pretty much just for that reason. The latest was announced this past day. A Taiwanese chip manufacturer will invest over $100 billion in the U.S., according to a White House official confirming the report to Breitbart News this past day. Wall Street Journal reports Taiwan's semiconductor manufacturing company is making the investment over a 4-year period. It will be used to build cutting-edge chip-making facilities. Now, this would advance the long-pursued U.S. goal to regrow our domestic semiconductor industry after most of that manufacturing fled mostly to Asia in recent decades. Made that announcement from the Roosevelt Room this past day. This is just the latest, again, in a string of foreign and domestic investments in the U.S., just a day after assuming the presidency, Oracle board chair Larry Ellison, SoftBank CEO Masayoshi Son, and OpenAI CEO Sam Altman joined Trump at the White House to announce a $500 billion investment in American artificial intelligence infrastructure with a company called Stargate. We're going to move very quickly, very rapidly, creating over 100,000 American jobs almost immediately. Then Apple followed, announcing in late February, also plans to invest $500 billion over the next 4 years, hiring 20,000 new workers as they seek relief from the tariffs on goods imported from China. In addition, Daymac Properties, a global real estate development company, plans to invest at least $20 billion in the United States to build data centers. They announced that investment at a press conference in Mar-a-Lago back in January. So, I mean, one step at a time. Kind of wait and see. I'm kind of curious what the president may have to say about the tariffs here in his address tonight.
Steve, I wrote a note down while we were on break so I wouldn't forget it. And it says, before Trump was even sworn in, before January, right after the election, down in Mar-a-Lago, there were 4 countries coming down here. We're pledging the $100 billion, $200, whatever it was.
Yep.
In the United States. Remember that?
Yes, sir.
What did you say? All Democrats, every single one, voted against males and female or male or what was that?
The legislation barring biological men from participating in women's sports. That had passed the House here a week or so ago. I guess in the Senate they needed 60 votes. We had that slim majority on the Republican side, but every single Democrat voted nay, so it did not go through.
Every single Democrat. Ain't that something, Steve? Ain't that special? Wonder how that could be, talking about the old blackmailing stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Steve, seriously, how do you get people to vote for or against some just crazy stuff that you can't fathom how somebody could vote for that or not vote for it? And that's how. One of your callers brought this up the other night. He talked about it a little bit tonight about, man, what were these Democrats saying to Monica? What exactly went down? He talked about the Logan Act, Steve. That's what they crushed General Flynn on. Crushed him. All over a BS phone call when they kicked them ambassadors out, which is a common thing. And Flynn's on vacation. Steve, I think they set him up. I think they knew this ambassador was going to call Flynn. Flynn's on vacation down in like the Bahamas somewhere. He's probably had a few beers. And he ends up talking to this ambassador about being kicked out for whatever hell reason. I can't remember why they were kicked out. But we do that a lot. It happens. And Flynn pretty much said, listen, man, don't worry about it. We'll deal with this, when we take office. Pretty much all the conversation consisted of. And Steve, they went after that man. He was going to be the Trump's national foreign advisor, or security advisor, excuse me. And was kind of forced to step down from that. But the point is, they started this, and if we can have enough to charge somebody with this, I say we do it.
Mm-hmm.
The Logan Act is a federal law, and I looked this up. And it's pretty simple. A federal law, which is criminal, it's pretty easy here, which prohibits UA persons, in parentheses, person or persons, and I'm sorry, I'm talking in military language here. UA means unauthorized. Let me start all over. Federal law makes it a criminal offense which prohibits unauthorized persons from negotiating with a foreign power in a dispute with the United States. Now, Trump's in negotiation with Monica here.
Mm-hmm.
And if these Democrats interfered, didn't have authorization to do any negotiation, that sounds like a violation of the Logan Act to me, Steve. They put the kibosh on this whole thing. I don't know. I say it needs to be looked into. And hopefully our new Department of Justice and FBI will look into it. I saw something the other day where they went, I forget how many days Trump's in office now, 30, 40, whatever it was. Whatever day it was, they went, looked back and saw how many questions Joe Biden took with the same amount of time in.
Right.
It was 100, a little over 100 or something. I can't remember the exact number. And I can't remember the exact Trump numbers, but Trump was in the thousands, Steve.
Not surprising.
I'd be willing to bet that Trump probably took more questions this last month than the big guy did in his
4
whole
years.
daggone 4 years in office, especially the last couple. Who was it that called in? I think it was Horse Feathers. Called in talking about that little montage that was going around on Facebook, I guess, or where Steve, if you didn't see it, you got to look it up, man. Maybe it was on Horse Feathers Facebook. I don't know. It's where I saw it, but it's a good one. It's a good one. You can check it out. All his blunders, I guess you can so to speak.
Okay.
Steve, the only thing I can say for, I don't know, some of our callers like Sundance is, you know, where do you get your information from? What, you know, mainstream media does not show these video clips. And you go to Bongino's show, he always gives you the receipt, Steve. When he talks and says something, he will literally find that video. If it's 10 years old, 20 years old, he'll find that video and play it. He pulled up a video of Obama, the Bushes, past presidents, Clinton, talking about how government's too big. We need to go through there line by line, you know, and
cutting the jobs,
and reduce fraud.
Yep.
Reduce fraud and all this, and how these Democrats want to die on the hill with this Doge thing. I don't know. There's a misunderstanding out there. I think Sundance said this. I could be wrong. That Clinton was the only one that brought the deficit down. That is false. Now, I will say this. President Clinton is the only one that came the closest
to a balanced budget.
To a balanced budget.
It's not spending more not spending more than you brought in a year, or I don't know how long it lasted, but yeah, he had a balanced budget.
Sir.
Yep.
And you got to give it. I mean, Clinton was the closest, and I saw a chart with the numbers, and I mean, he was Steve. Now, grant you, he was working with Newt Gingrich then.
Right.
Clinton's first 4 years, he was kind of left. He knew that he had to move more towards the center, and he did it with him and Newt got together and sat down and had some talks. Clinton moved more towards the center, along with Newt. And Steve, what they got done is unbelievable, man. I mean, Clinton was not a whacked-out leftist.
Mm-hmm.
And one thing about Bill Clinton is, dude, he was liked. Everybody liked him, man. Bongino made a comment where Clinton's in office and you got some of these Republicans standing outside waiting to go in, you know, standing out there, Secret Service is out there listening, and they're like, when we go in there, we're gonna tell him a thing or two. And the door would open up and they walk in and old Bill, come on in, guys, sit down, partner, patting him on the face. He just had a way of making you feel comfortable. He just had a way about him. And he was able to negotiate. And Trump's the same way. Obviously, I don't know, but I've heard it from many people. When you're in a room with Trump and there's 10 or other 15, and Trump is talking to you, he makes you feel like you're the only person in the room. Everything on TV, the news, it doesn't catch that. You have to be in a room with him. And I'm sure if, you know, there were some other people that could come up and talk about this, they would tell you the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
What's the guy's name that runs the martial arts? What's that dude's name?
Dana White.
Anyway, Dana White. He was talking about it. And Bongino and a few others. Hey, real quick, I'll get off of here. I noticed in one of Trump's pressers the other day, Peter Navarro was sitting in the background, Steve. The man on the left locked up in chains and shackles, right? Put him in prison for a few months. He was an advisor to Trump the first time around. Well, he was sitting in one of them chairs.
Mm.
He's an economic guy, Steve, and he knows his stuff. I just thought I'd throw that out there, but All right, brother. I appreciate you taking the call. I yabber long enough here.
Have a great morning, and I got a little more in regards to your whole Logan Act thing, and I think you spelled that out pretty much crystal clear when Zelensky came into town last Friday. Before meeting with Trump, he met with anti-Trump Democrats who actually advised him to reject the terms of that deal that Trump was offering. That's straight from Senator Chris Murphy, the Democrat of Connecticut, who posted on X, just finished a meeting with President Zelensky here in Washington. He confirmed that the Ukrainian people will not support a fake peace agreement where Putin gets everything he wants and there are no security arrangements for Ukraine. He posted that at 11:15 a.m. this past Friday. Had the picture of him sitting at the table across from Zelensky. It was 40 minutes later when Zelensky arrived at the White House, where he met, Trump met him at the car, smiled, shook hands, walked into the Oval Office. The meeting, as the world now knows, quickly went off the rails, right? But the earlier meeting with the Democrats, kind of undercuts all these wild claims that Trump and J.D. Vance had staged an ambush on Zelensky, where the fact is Zelensky came in with an ulterior motive. The purpose was to sign the mineral agreement. He and Trump representatives had negotiated. He had twice refused to sign it after promising to, and thanks to Murphy, we now know he did not have intention of signing it Friday. Listening to the nakedly partisan advice of the Democrats instead of dealing forthrightly with the current president, Zelensky pretty much betrayed his countrymen, and at least for now, leaves them without the military and diplomatic protections that only America can provide. Good luck counting on Britain, France, the rest of Europe to save Ukraine. Maybe the Germans will send Strudel. But he says, in a perverse way, Murphy and the other Democrats, they got the outcome they wanted. What we witnessed, the fireworks at the White House, gave them the excuse, and you've seen this and heard this narrative from the leftist media, the MSNBCs, the CNNs. Russia, Russia, Russia. Donald Trump is Vladimir Putin's lapdog. He's playing into Russia's hand. It's Russia 2.0. After months of not knowing how to respond to Trump's fast, populist start to his second term, Dems up and down the food chain decided that the president's refusal to write a blank check to Zelensky and pledge a military guarantee essentially amounted to a gift to Vladimir Putin. The logic is twisted. But any port in a storm will do right now. With Trump off to the fastest start in any president in modern history, the Democrats right now are desperate to be relevant. But it's a mark of their bad judgment that Zelensky's their new hero. He and they have zero chance of persuading the American people that an open-ended commitment of our tax dollars and the possibility of even sending troops to Ukraine, that's not going to happen. Trump supporters did not vote for that, and the president campaigned on bringing the war to an end fast, not sending our army to fight the Russians. I mean, he made it clear for 3 years that he viewed Joe Biden's strategy of providing just enough support for Ukraine to keep the war going with no plan for any way of winning was a fool's errand. He's also been rather consistent about his desire to stop the loss of life on both sides. The destruction of Ukrainian cities and towns. Despite the fact that the president made some foolish comments 2 weeks ago suggesting Ukraine started the war, I think we all know Trump really does want peace. He's not afraid to use the military, but he is not a warmonger. To that end, he and his White House came up with the minerals plan that he called that was the first step to a ceasefire. And they're, again, trying to recoup that now. Is it salvageable? Yeah, that plan had already gone through several different drafts, and the latest would have had America and Ukraine in a partnership to mine the Eastern European nations' rare earth deposits. Yet much of the proceeds would help rebuild Ukraine, and at a 50-50 partnership, the other kind of repaying us for the billions of dollars in support we sent over there. Now, Zelensky privately agreed to the terms. Now, he has every right to wish for a security agreement up to some point, but that was not in the plan. That was not in the minerals deal. And his decision to respond by insulting the president and the vice president, interrupting them, waving off their responses, that was just insane. It's madness. Trump did note that this made for great television, but it was a disaster for Ukraine. And yes, it was a gift to Putin. And, of course, after that, a couple hours later, Zelensky had a chance. He was on Bret Baier on Fox News. He had an opportunity right there to apologize. But he went on to continue saying, I don't think I did something bad. I didn't do anything wrong. So you can kind of add ignorance to his list. All right, that will all probably be coming up later on this evening in the president's discussion. Yeah, separately, coming up, we got a news break just ahead. But I guess word came down this past evening. Yeah, seldom, if ever, did you see him. And he did not share the spotlight. Unlike his wife, Dolly Parton, her husband of more than a half-century passing away, apparently. According to Dolly herself, she announced Carl's passing this past evening, saying her beloved will be laid to rest in a private ceremony with their immediate family. Carl Dean, husband of Dolly Parton, passed away March 3rd in Nashville. He was 82. He was survived by his siblings, Sandra and Donnie. Carl and I spent many wonderful years together. Words cannot do justice to the love we shared for over 60 years. Thank you for your prayers and your sympathy. The family has asked for privacy during this difficult time. She did not mention the cause of death, but he had been diagnosed with Alzheimer's back in 2019. But what a love story. Carl and Dolly married back in 1966. They first met in 1964 at a laundromat in Nashville. Supposedly, Dolly's first day in Music City as an up-and-coming singer and songwriter. She described it as kind of like love at first sight. Despite being together throughout her storied career, he was never really in the spotlight with her. Yeah, photos and videos out in public, the two of them, pretty rare, but Dolly spoke of him quite often. They would have celebrated their 59th anniversary coming up on May 30th of this year.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Vice President J.D. Vance says he was trying to defuse the situation during last Friday's confrontational meeting with Ukrainian President Zelensky.
Something about my answer just really set Zelensky off, so then he came at me. So you're blaming yourself. Then I went back at him.
During an interview on Fox News, Vance said President Trump was trying to be gracious and diplomatic for most of the Oval Office meeting. He says when things really started to heat up, he pushed to take the discussion behind closed doors, but President Trump wanted the American people to see it. Secretary of Health and Human Services Robert F. Kennedy is pushing for people to get vaccinated against measles.
Kennedy, who has been known for vaccine skepticism, made the call in an opinion piece on Fox News Sunday. Last week, authorities reported the first measles death in the U.S. since 2015, as a measles outbreak has led to hospitalizations in Texas. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Did you know that healthy arteries make a gas? Yes, actually 3 known gases. Hi, I'm Dr. Mitch, and nitric oxide is a gas that's readily made all day long to keep our arteries open by relaxing the blood vessel walls. By doing this, our circulation is increased, bringing blood, oxygen, and nutrients to every part of your body. Both age and poor diet can lead to a loss of this precious gas, and in turn, blood pressure can go up, energy can go down, and you can get tingling in your hands and feet. Well, our product, Ultimate Nitric Oxide, can easily help fix this lack of nitric oxide. Go to TotalWellness.com. That's TotalWellness.com, where we are helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
All right, but get back to the calls here. Plowboy, been hanging in there on a Tuesday, Taco Tuesday morning, Plowboy.
Well, good morning, Steve. Well, you're talking about that grapevine scale house up there. I've never had any problem with them.
No?
In fact, Red Mule and I was 6 hours apart, and both of us got DOT'd in that sapsucker. And both rolled out with fresh new stickers and ready to go down the road. I mean, awesome. I mean, I can't say it was my best encounter going through California, but Hell, I've seen a lot worse. I've seen a lot meaner DOT. I'll put it this way. I had a lot meaner DOT over in Pennsylvania than I ever have in California. And in fact, they could easily gotten me. I was a little bit overweight. That's the reason why they pulled me in for an inspection. I loaded up there in Bakersfield going down to San Diego. I mean, hell, rode away with just a warning on my weight. Told me next time, do it a little bit different if possible. I thought to myself, next damn time I'll go around. But anyway, but there we go. That language barrier. What? 4 or 5 stories we've had here in the last month and a half, 2 months.
Yep.
You had a driver call in about Nebraska having problems with them causing all them damn crashes. Now, I'm pretty sure, like you just said, California, language barriers, and yeah, and a lot of it has to do with that one big 5-letter word. They come over here, they're a cousin of a cousin, and they come over here and they buy them a Kenworth, and that's their truck of choice. I just eats me to no end because that's one of my favorites. Right.
But they don't. But we no longer put them out of service. That's the issue. It's make
CPSA.
Yep.
I know.
Yep.
And we had me and Mr. Smith. We had a head beating contest back there with them. One truck show up there because of that garbage. Mr. Smith called me. He said, "Where the hell you at?" I said, "Me be back here. We're going to talk to CVSA." And then like. You couldn't talk any English to them dum-dums. But, can we go ahead and nominate, the inbred redneck for when President Trump has his cryptocurrency, big deal at the White House? Can he be the best talker of them all? Have you seen that where they're going to have some?
Yeah, crypto conference coming up Friday. Yes.
I'm just very, very hesitant. I don't know. That's just one of my fears I've got. I might be wrong. I might learn in the end that I should have delved into it, but I just can't see it right now. But when somebody puts a tariff on a country that is trying to keep people from getting killed by the fentanyl and all this garbage, and you try to put a stop to it, why would that be as a concern to have an act of war? Did you see what a damn dum-dum up there in Omaha talking to Nora O'Donnell said?
I saw the head. I didn't
Warren
know.
Buffett
Didn't know.
declared-
Is that who it was? Said it's an act of war. Okay, yeah. It's you know,
Yep.
it's the fear mongers.
This is just, and now I'm looking at him getting a pickup, but I just can't for a little. I'm not doing it because of the prize, because realistically, maybe I shouldn't say I ain't filthy rich, but $3,000 on a new vehicle, I could easily go that route. Then we don't have Annette Sanders in charge of our DOT 1 year here, but last 20 years, said if it only saves one life, that's the way I feel about this. If it only saves one life, we need zero. We need zero. And I mean, it's just, this epidemic of this garbage needs to be gone. But did you catch a caption about Lee Zeldin going to take on the EPA for $20 billion in this climate change garbage that they've got taken?
Well, they're gonna rescind all
It's
this
in
stuff,
Forbes.
right? Mm-hmm.
That's what they're talking about. I would have really liked to see them pull it apart, because that's been nothing but a money grab ever since the day of its inception. Can you just see if they could really, if they would go how far? These batteries, might one day be obsolete. And I just can't, because I've always followed Glenn Beck, and he's had stories of this climate change being basically swayed opinion or swayed actual fact, because one thing he was saying one time, they were taking temperatures on top of roofs, an asphalt roof.
Right.
Now, Steve, you step out there on your asphalt.
It's hotter than hell up there, ain't it?
Damn right, sir. Damn right. And that's where a lot of it started at. And they had a meeting one time about it. I think it was in D.C., where they literally found a way to jack with the damn air conditioners. So everybody was sweating in there. And oh my gosh, and that's when they were talking about all this climate garbage. But I don't know. But who was it? Pappy or somebody just brought up, might have been one just before Pappy. And I got a question about Pappy and that patrol car. But said that hybrid and the gas was a good thing because it did a lot of. Okay, I know we pay gas tax, but one of these days, are they not going to come up with a way to gig us on the high? I know they're talking right now how to gig the total electric car, but do you think they might figure out how to come around and say how many miles you drive when it's not running off
the per mile tax? That'll probably ultimately be coming down the pike, a per mile tax. Yeah, because the hybrids aren't. You're not going to purchase nearly as much gasoline or diesel as you would with just a flat-out internal combustion engine. The legislation that, they've introduced on the electric vehicles, making them, how do they say it, pay their fair share. That somewhere down the line we're going to have to pay, right? But let's head on down to Florida. Philip, on the way to work we go. What's happening?
Hey, Steve, I think they are going to have the hybrid thing before they have the full electric thing. I mean, if anybody wants to see a hybrid Peterbilt right now, just look up Bruce Wilson on YouTube. He's got a hybrid Peterbilt that's sitting in his shop right now that they're working on, that's got a Scania engine in it that runs a genset that charges a battery. So when the battery goes down, you're running down the road, the genset charges the battery as you're going along.
Yep.
So I think the hybrid thing is coming. I think that's going to be, as far as trucks go, I'm pretty sure that hybrid thing's going to happen a lot more than that full electric, because of it's just better. It just keeps the vehicle going. But that's just my opinion. I want to chime in on that. What'd you think about Starship yesterday, Steve? We scrubbed. Did you see that?
I totally missed that. No, I thought it was supposed to be like Friday. Was it supposed to be this past?
Well, they were going to try last night, and they got her down to 40 seconds, and we're having some problems at about 13 minutes. I think it was 13 or 14 minutes before launch. And they said they would keep counting, and then they couldn't work through. They worked through those problems, and then they got down to the 42nd, and they scrubbed it. So I'm kind of interested to see when they're going to try again. They say they could try again today, but I don't know if they worked through all their problems. That was right before I laid down last night when that was going on. I actually stayed up a little bit over to watch it, and so hopefully they can pull it off. I don't know if it was ground equipment problems or problems with the booster or the ship itself. So, but they scrubbed last night. Pappy was touching home base about Bill Clinton. I mentioned this last year, right before the election. 60 Minutes did a piece with Bill Clinton. I think everybody needs to watch it. It's Bill Clinton now, how he is today, and there's a reason why they call him Slick Willie. They're anybody, and he's got that persona. What do you think?
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, not quite what he was back in the day, but because he's like everybody else, age is catching up with him now. Catches up with all of us, but
yeah, and I mean, if you want to see kind of a different take on Bill Clinton, I strongly recommend you watch this on. I mean, I'm pretty sure it's on YouTube or anywhere you can get it. Even 60 Minutes, they might even have it on like the CBS. If CBS has an app, I don't keep up with those folks that way, but it's an interesting interview. I mean, Bill Clinton, he kind of said it. He didn't think that. He thought the election was going to go the way it went. You could see it in his face and the way he was talking about it, you know, and he kind of knew that the election was going to sway the way it went. He didn't think that, you know, things were going to work out for the Democrats like they thought, you know. And it was a different time though when Bill Clinton was in office. It was totally a different time, and he did get close to did he balance the budget, Steve?
he had a balanced budget, and I think he may have actually even had a bit of a budget surplus at one point in time. But that's not paying off. You know, when you've got trillions of dollars, and I don't recall what the debt was when he was there, but yeah, I mean, we were in the process of overspending for years, and I mean, I don't think we've had a balanced budget since.
No, we haven't. It all depends on how things are going before he gets in. I mean, a lot of people say that. Now, what I understand, it's just how the budget is and the situation is. You know, he might have walked into a situation that was a lot better than a lot of people anticipated. You know, but you think about all the stuff that we've had in the last 5 years with COVID and, you know, and all the different, you know, natural disasters and all kinds of things going on with the country. You know, it's a hard road to hoe. I mean, it is really, it's going to be really hard for Trump to get this straightened out. You know, and the tariffs and all that, I got mixed feelings about them, but, you know, it is what it is. We do need to get rid of that fentanyl stuff. That fentanyl stuff it's killing people.
Yeah.
And it's coming from China, you know, and it's the reason why it's killing the people is because it's cheap. And that's what everybody's going for. They're going for the cheap fix. That's why people do drugs and all that stuff. It's a cheap fix. You know, the pain's still there even though that you do this, you know. And by the way, I want to congratulate Mobile, Alabama. They have a new resident, Steve. Did you hear? The USS United States is in Mobile, Alabama now. They put her in there yesterday afternoon. Did you see that, Steve?
I did not. Is that the one they're going to kind of sink and make it like a coral reef thing or something? Or
yeah, they took the ship from up north and they brought her down the East Coast and brought her around Florida and up into the Gulf, and then they took it up to Mobile, and they've got it staged at Mobile now. I'm not sure what they're going to do to it. They're probably going to gut it out and get all the bad stuff out of it so where they can sink it, but they're going to take it out in the Gulf somewhere and sink it, make a reef out of it. I mean, it looks like a ghost ship. I mean, they were showing up close-up pictures of it. That thing is in really, really bad shape. It's a shame that they let something like that just go to pot. I mean, it just did look at that ship was terrible looking. Just on the outside, the railings on it are bent and it's rusted, and it's kind of a disgrace for whoever owned it that they let the thing get in that kind of disarray. I tell you, it was at one time that was the queen of us. You know, I mean, we all have an airplane or a ship or something. That was the queen of America, you know. I mean, that was the ship, you know. And it really wasn't like a cruise ship either. It was a merchant ship. You know, the Merchant Marines, that was their standard, man, back in the day. Do some research on it, folks, if you don't believe me. So, but that's all I got pretty much for today, and I want to give my condolences to Dolly. I really respect Dolly in that she has kept her family private life separate, away from all her career to you know, pretty much thing. She's always said that her and Carl were just people like all the rest of us.
Yep.
back in the day they had a motor home and they went touring and that kind of stuff. And so I give my condolences to her family and everybody. So y'all have a good one, buddy. Thank you for having me.
All right, Philip, have a great day. Off to work we go. All right, 844-844-3388. What have we got? The two-time world champion bull hauler coming up first. Let's see. Hey, Mike, what's going on?
Hey, you got to wait another day for that. We ain't there yet because this is terrific tariff day, ain't it?
Tariff Tuesday.
Tariff Tuesday. There you go. So, anyways, I don't know. I was understanding there that the SS United States was a cruise ship, Your Honor, and it actually set the record from, Atlantic crossing, for speed record, because there wasn't anything that could really touch it out there. And one of its biggest things it did there was a troop carrier in World War II. I do know that. So anyways, a lot of our U.S. military rode across the East American Ocean there over to Europe.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, so I guess the one thing that I really liked seeing last Friday was that President Trump kind of set back a little bit when Vice President Vance kind of stepped up and grabbed onto the reins and made his point and kind of was taking the lead there and talking to Zelensky. How many vice presidents have you ever seen in a major negotiation of that style being not just seen them, but actually have heard them in any type of negotiation where there's two presidents together working like that? When was the last time you saw a U.S. vice president in that type of role that J.D. Vance got to play there with that?
That may very well have been I think that might have been a first for me. I mean, and it was very impressive. I think Donald Trump proved he made the right pick for vice president.
So not only proving that he made the right pick, I think we're in the grooming stages, and I would like to see more of J.D. Vance be involved in stuff like that, so that, I don't know, about 3 years from now, 3.5 years from now,
right,
when we got campaigning going on,
yep,
guess who can prove that he has got the ability to do the job? Because, he's done the job. So I think if President Trump does well by him, he is very, very much a contender for the next presidential election from what we saw there on Friday. Anyways, so the tariffs here. So do you think it's going to cause the American car manufacturers to possibly come back and bring some of their manufacturing back to the United States instead of doing it on the other side of the borders? I mean, at this point, vehicles are pretty much stout price for any of the average American citizen. The last vehicle we bought was a Subaru, because even though it has about the same warranty as the American vehicles, the track record of them is a little bit better. So do you, and for the price, it was a very, very more, it seemed like a sounder economic, decision to go with that vehicle. And so anyways, if the American auto manufacturers decide to raise their prices on vehicles, I don't see them selling a whole lot of them. But I think if they can get back and try to bring some manufacturing back to this country and hire more employees and get more people that actually make a little bit better wage, to be the amount of people that have that wage increased across the country, I think maybe it'll help a little bit. But here's the other thing, is it set in stone what tariffs have to be put in? I mean, they're talking 25%, but is it possible they could, that the deal could work out that, hey, we're going to put tariffs in, but we're going to start them out at 10% now, and you guys got another 30 days, and then we're going to kick in the next 15 or something like that. Do you think there's possibility of something like that going on?
That could have been done. I mean, he said 25%, and obviously gave him a 30-day reprieve. I mean, right? What Canada's gonna they're gonna hit a certain percentage, billions of dollars worth of products, starting today, and then what they say in 21 days, a whole lot more will kick in.
Okay, but I don't know. I just with the way President Trump works, he's always got something else working in the background that that we aren't even thinking about would be a possibility that he pulls this card out of his back pocket. So I don't know. I was just trying to think outside the box of what possibly could go on, and so. Anyways, I don't know. I just think that we just need to sit back and relax and take things as they go, and we'll see where things end up a little bit before we get worried about it. But we got all these people out here saying, well, this is going to cost this much more because of it. This is going to cost this much more because of it. And, well, everybody's already planning on raising all their prices before they even know what things are going to increase. Is kind of like what we get with the oil business there when they claim that there's a problem in the Middle East, and all of a sudden, they say oil's going to go to, $100 a barrel, and well, the next thing you know, you go to the gas pump and gas has increased 30 cents a gallon because somebody is predicting oil to go up to $100 a barrel when it hasn't even happened. So I see a lot of these people out here making these predictions with the tariffs, claiming all this stuff that hasn't happened yet, but going to scare everybody into raising their prices before there's even a problem.
Shorty forwarded a story to me. I don't know what the source was, but I mean the headline itself says Tariff-mageddon will not hurt consumers. Critics are predicting economic disaster, but a sober look at the history of tariffs and recent economic research about their effects suggest this fear-mongering is not warranted. That's the headline for and they break down the numbers step by step, the 25%, the 10%. More to come after the news break.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump is ordering a pause to all military aid to Ukraine. The president went on to say that the U.S. is pausing and reviewing our aid to ensure that it is contributing towards a solution. Ontario's premier says Canada is set to retaliate against tariffs the U.S. plans to impose on its country starting tomorrow.
I will stop shipments going into the U.S. for nickel. It will shut down manufacturing because 50% of the nickel you use is coming out of Ontario.
Doug Ford told NBC News that the tariffs will be an absolute disaster for both nations, and Canada will respond like the U.S. has never seen before. He's threatened to shut down the electricity that feeds the U.S. California Democratic U.S. Senator Adam Schiff has invited a firefighter to join him at President Trump's Tuesday night address to Congress. Captain Vincent Culliver is a veteran firefighter with the Department of Defense at Vandenberg Space Force Station. He says January's wildfires were a unique experience in his career.
We don't see fires like this in January.
He says he helped fight the fire in Altadena and that federal firefighters need support from Congress. President Trump announced the creation of a U.S. strategic crypto reserve.
Trump made the announcement Sunday on Truth Social. In his post and a follow-up one, Trump said the crypto reserve will include multiple cryptocurrencies. Trump also wrote that he will make sure the U.S. is the crypto capital of the world. John Summers, USA Radio News.
Wall Street closed sharply lower on economic and tariff concerns.
Stocks tumbled in a sell-off after President Trump confirmed 25% tariffs on Mexico and Canada will take effect tomorrow. Shares of chip giant NVIDIA slid nearly 9%, adding to the broad market decline. At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average fell 649 points. The S&P 500 lost 104 points. The Nasdaq dropped 497 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into. And that's MetaShare. Maybe you've heard joining MetaShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge. But it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MetaShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network, so yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
There are big changes to the water in Lakeland, Florida. Mayor Bill Muntz took a vote as commissioners unanimously decided to end the practice of adding fluoride to water immediately.
All those in favor of ceasing to utilize fluoride in the city of Lakeland signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same. Unanimously passes.
State Surgeon General Joseph Ladapo called on cities to stop the practice after a federal judge's ruling in California stated fluoride in drinking water carries an unreasonable risk of injury to children. Around a dozen middle school students on Long Island are recovering after eating marijuana gummies.
Suffolk County Police say 12 kids ages 13 and 14 consumed the edibles at William Floyd Middle School in Mauritius Monday morning after a student handed them out. They became sick and one was picked up by a parent while the rest were taken to hospitals for evaluation. No word on their actual symptoms. Police say criminal charges won't be filed and that the school will handle any disciplinary action. The school district thanked first responders for their quick response and said they were hopeful the students would recover quickly. Kristen Marks, New York.
A man is under arrest in Southern California for staging a jailbreak.
San Bernardino police officers say the man broke into an animal shelter in the middle of the night with a bolt cutter and freed several dogs. The early Wednesday morning breakout was all caught on surveillance video, which investigators used to track the man down. All but one of the dogs has been recovered safe and sound. One microchip Chihuahua, however, is still on the lam. I'm Mark Mayfield.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
If something costs less, but people are happier with it, maybe you've heard switching to MetaShare to pay for healthcare can save the typical family $500 a month. And that's huge, but it's also true that people are way more satisfied. The customer satisfaction rate for MetaShare is double that of the typical health insurance plan. Double. Here's the number you need. 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, as we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast, welcome aboard. It's a Tuesday, 4th day of March. What is expected to be a very active day weather-wise for the eastern two-thirds of the country between now and Wednesday. Yeah, we'll delve a little more into the Tariff-mageddon, where the critics are predicting economic disaster. Is it just fear-mongering? Is it warranted? First, let's get to the two-time world champion bull hauler. Morning, Lauren.
Morning, Steve. How you getting along?
Week's off to a pretty good start, I'd say. Doing all right?
Yes, sir, it is. You know, Pappy was saying how, Dan Bongino was saying how people really like Bill Clinton. And, last year when I was at Truck Show and I was on your show and I was telling everybody how I got off the road back it's been 20 years ago now, in 2005, to haul fuel because I was getting off methamphetamine. I used to haul a lot of jet fuel in the Springfield Branson Airport, and the guys that would come out there to help you hook up to unload and stuff, they also fueled the planes and did stuff on the tarmac. And I remember him telling me about the time that Bill Clinton came when they flew in to do a fundraiser in the 90s. And, they all had their radios on and on their belt and that. And they made all of those airport guys out on the runway, they had to go in their break room because they couldn't be out there when the president was getting unloaded from Air Force One. And they were sitting in there, and they had a meeting ahead of time with the Secret Service, and they gave them some of the lingo they were going to use and got them on the same radio frequency so that they could be in tune with what was going on. And they're sitting there in their break room, and all of a sudden the radio fires up. The Secret Service had lost the president, and no sooner had they said that than Bill Clinton walked into their break room with a brown paper sack and sat down with them and started eating a sandwich.
Wow.
And he said it wasn't but about a minute and a half later, the Secret Service come busted in there, said they was reprimanding him like a child, and he just got up and said, "Well, guys, I guess I got to go." And they remembered that. And I'll tell you something, Steve, I learned a lot during the time that I did that. Was during the Bush-Cheney administration, and President Bush flew in there one time to Springfield to do a fundraiser. He had one there and one in Joplin, Missouri, and they flew in early in the day in the C-130s, and they would unload all of the limousines, and they even had, I remember it real well, they had two 1978 Ford Broncos, and the guys that drove those were what they call the perimeter security. And you could see them when you were out there at the fuel farm unloading. You could see them guys driving by. We knew who they were because we saw them unload the vehicles. They were these long-haired guys that looked kind of like, hippies or something, and they were part of the Secret Service. But the thing I remember the most of anything is they landed Air Force One at about 10 o'clock that morning, it landed there in Springfield, and we were going back and forth to the pipeline in Mount Vernon, and they kept saying on the FM station how the president was going to be coming in the afternoon to be in town for a fundraiser. And they kept saying, even though Air Force One was sitting on the runway, the radio stations kept advertising that he was going to be landing in a couple hours.
Wow.
You know, and so they were talking about that. And then the other big thing I remember was they loaded up it's 63 miles from Springfield to Joplin, and they would have had to close, it would have cost so much to close down the highways to motorcade over there that they loaded everything up on them C-130s and flew them over to Joplin in 62 miles, and then they flew Air Force One over there. And my neighbor works on the planes over there at Joplin Airport. He said that was the most impressive thing, watching them land that big plane on that small runway there in Joplin, how they came in there and just set it right down, and then they did their business there, and then they took off from Joplin.
Mm-hmm.
And those are some of the things I remember. And then I'll back up real quick. When I started in 1990 driving over the road, and my first wife and I had moved to Butler, Missouri, and I was working for a company pulling a pneumatic tank. We hauled flour from Kansas City down to the Warts Cracker Company in Poto, Oklahoma. And I was running with a guy. In fact, we were right down in the area where I live at now, going south. And that guy was hauling jet fuel out of Missouri down there to Mena, Arkansas. And this is when Bill Clinton was the governor. And I remember this guy very clearly talking about all these real fancy military planes from other countries that would land at that airport and fuel, you know. And then you remember we started hearing stories when Clinton got in office about how they were running all them drugs through Arkansas in those planes, like out of South America. They had markings from Brazil and Argentina and stuff on them. I'll never ever forget that. I'd heard that a number of years before he ever got in the White House. I heard that jet fuel hauler telling me how you'd see those out of country planes landing there in Arkansas to refuel and then take off.
Wow.
So I was just thinking about that when Pappy was talking on that. And then wanted to say too, I want to make a quick comment on that. I used to run California when I'd haul hogs out there, and we'd bring cattle and sheep back. And when I ran out west there, I had a 7-axle setup because, you know, you can load so much heavier out there. And we never ever had a problem in California with our weight. You know, we crossed Truckee going into the state heavy, and they were more focused with livestock haulers on your speed than they were on your weight at all, you know. And that was just my experience out there. And I haven't probably been in a scale anywhere in the country in years anyway. I just pretty much drive by them because them guys don't really. Most of them guys in them scale houses are doing their 20 years so they can put their pension, you know, and they might chase you down on occasion, but that's usually some 20-some-year-old guy that's trying to get a promotion, you know.
Right.
Anyway, well, that's about all I got tonight, Steve.
Well, Lauren, good to hear from you. Safe travels there, and get those bulls to their destination. Yeah, it is 844-3388. Sports report. Charlie Farquharson, impersonator. Good morning, Charlie.
Good morning, Steve and fellow listeners. Yes, this is the unofficial Charlie Farquharson impersonator of the Overnight Drive. The man who aspires to one day be considered the Rich Little of the Overnight Drive. Actually, Lauren, the reason why they don't chase you is because they don't want to put up the smell. I don't think you have to worry about passing the scales, because who the heck would want to chase down a stinking bull hauler? All right, Steve, I have got a great sports report for you. GMA and BS Enterprises baseball team swept the series 3 games in a row over the weekend. Yes, that's right. We went up, and I'm going to try to quote one of the pitcher of the team, because he was a little bit of stuttering. It was the H and H and H and M and J and K. I don't know what all he said, but something like that. Enterprises baseball team. Well, we had the blind man being the umpire, so boy, did we ever whoop them pretty good. But, well, they had a pretty good team, but I couldn't understand, it was mostly older guys, and right field, they put a picture of Hollywood out there instead of a right fielder. Poor old donut man was center fielder, and he had a time of it. Our biggest problem was Rambler would get up the bat. We'd done a little bit of shifting around, and we moved him out to second base, and I'm out in right field, but he started, every time he'd make a good hit on the ball, he'd start yelling, "Praise God! Praise God!" and get thrown out before he got to first base. And one time he did reach it, what does he do? He starts snorting the foul line. I'm telling you what, but we won the series anyway. I mean, everybody says, well, how's the blind man making calls? Well, the CNI dog was telling him, well, it was a ball or a strike. That's simple. Why do you think he's the CNI dog? We had to bring Pappy in on the infield because, well, that right wing nut kept on wandering to the outfield, so we figured we'd leave him out there. That's all right. Pappy was happy. He said the grass was a little better on the infield. So, yeah, well, that's about all I got, but we're now 3-5, so we're doing a little better. And now a word from our sponsor. GMA and BS Enterprises wants to remind everybody that Easter is a-coming. Order your Easter candies today. We have got ABS candies already been sampled. Blind man will take a bite out of each piece of candy, and that way you can see what's in them. Yep, that's right. He's decided he's going to put those pieces back in the box so you can really get the full flavor of the candy. For an incredible low price of $19.95, you can get one of these boxes of candy. But wait, there's more. For an incredible low price of $49.95, you can get 2 boxes of these candies.
That's a savings.
Yes, that's right. That's an over $10 value. And just remember their motto at GMA and BS Enterprises, brought to you by the founder's late great father, the West Virginia werewolf will treat you right. Back to you, Steve.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Fire Punk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
All right, quick update on the Pope, who's been better one day, worse the next, better the next. And Monday, not a good day. The Pope continues battling double pneumonia. They say suffered two episodes of acute respiratory insufficiency on Monday. Required use of what they say is non-invasive mechanical ventilation, according to the Vatican. Of course, now been in the hospital for more than 2 weeks. Admitted February 14. Severe respiratory infection that ultimately triggered other complications. So not much change. Listed as guarded condition. Meanwhile, the mysterious death of Gene Hackman and his wife. Have we learned anything new? More details are emerging. Insights from the early autopsy reports, they tell us. Here's what we know so far, straight from the Santa Fe Sheriff's Office. They say Gene Hackman's pacemaker logged its last event on February 17. That's about 10 days before deputies discovered the couple's bodies inside their sprawling estate. Sheriff Mendoza believes that's the day Hackman had passed away, which would explain why the initial search warrant described the state of one of the bodies as exhibiting mummification in both hands and feet. Investigators seized prescription drugs, including thyroid and high blood pressure medications. Betsy, his 63-year-old wife, was discovered in a bathroom, an open bottle nearby with scattered pills on the countertop. They also collected cell phones, a day planner, and medical records as part of the ongoing investigation. Recall some of the early speculation was maybe carbon monoxide poisoning. Even Hackman's family voiced concerns. But the sheriff's office says expedited autopsy results came back negative for carbon monoxide, so kind of ruled that out. There's no security footage showing anyone coming or going. But Gene lived in a gated community where all visitors were logged. The sheriff said investigators could follow up on those records if necessary. As for the cause of death, the complete autopsy and toxicology results could take months, they say. And now, well, the sheriff says that there are no apparent signs of foul play, no crime scene, no suicide note. Detectives still called the death suspicious enough in nature to require a thorough investigation and a search. Sheriff simply stated it is an ongoing, active investigation. But the big question remains, and this was the question I had mentioned last week. How did more than a week pass by before anyone and his inner circle realized that he and his wife were dead? It was a subdivision caretaker who first sounded the alarm on the afternoon of the 26th of February. He spotted the unresponsive couple through a window and called 911. Family, friends, associates, I know some people kind of live like hermits, I guess. I don't know if Gene Hackman might have been one of those, kind of reclusive at the age of 95. But more yet to be discovered, I suppose. Braden Dad checks in this Tuesday. Taco Tuesday, what's going on?
I just out here riding and gliding tonight, Steve. But no, that Charlie Farkas kind of brought up a thing. I don't know if you were aware of it or not, because I know you're the casual baseball fan, and I bet our buddy Rick is probably online. Have you seen the new update, the new change they've done to the batting challenges? Like when they the batter challenges a pitch. Have you seen that?
No, sir.
Back in the day, the umpire used to point to either the first base or third base umpire.
Uh-huh.
Now what they're doing is the batter will tap the top of his helmet, and they'll have on the screen in the outfield the batter box, and they'll show where the pitch went through. Now, if it is a wrong call, the batter will still proceed, and it will not. That count will go against him. So, say if it went outside of the strike zone, and they'll tell you, okay, it was an inch to the outside of the strike zone, and it now becomes a ball, and the batter will still continue. However, if it is a right call, say like it was an actual strike, and he challenges it, and it was a strike, the batter is out.
No, I didn't.
Crazy little change.
I didn't realize you could ever challenge a ball or a strike. I knew you could challenge whether the batter went around, right? Where that's when they would appeal at first base.
Yeah,
did the head of the bat go by?
Yeah, that's what they're saying. They're challenging the pitch.
Wow.
I mean, it could be if the batter went around or not, but it's also where the pitch went. If the batter felt like it was an actual ball and it was a strike, then the batter is out.
Okay.
So, this is kind of sort of a good thing and a bad thing because, being a purist, it is just changing times, how things are going these days. But now I'm going to hit on some NHRA stuff real quick. Doug Coletta and Mac Tools are now entering the 24th year of their sponsorship, and that's kind of one of the long sponsorships there. The International Drag Racing Hall of Fame announces new inductees. They're going to be Terry Vance and Byron Hines. Of course, that name rings a bell. Charlie Allen, Gary Scelzi, that's another name. Jim Head, Jay Howell, Gary Dyer, Phil Burgess, and Debbie Nadler, and Paul Sergi. Also, too, I don't know where Wheelchair Dave is, but he might want to pay attention to this one. The Peach State Showcase is coming. This is NHRA is going to come down for a little exhibition October 24th and 25th in Valdosta. It's going to be 2 weeks after the Dallas event and a week before the Vegas countdown. So they're going to be running the NHRA cars out there. So that'd be something kind of neat to see. But back over to the NASCAR world now. We've got a little bit of NASCAR stuff. Now, remember last night we were talking about what's her name that was in the car series? Remember this?
Yep, the female. Mm-hmm.
Well, we're going to have another one. This weekend's race at Phoenix will have a lady by the name of Catherine Legg, and she's going to make her Cup Series debut with Live Fast Motorsports. And her sponsor will be Drop Light and Sherlick Companies. They helped put this deal together. And, I'm proud of her. It is bringing more women into the NASCAR realm. And she is in ARCA Series.
Catherine Legg. It's not a name I recognize, but yeah. Well, hold the thought.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump is ordering a pause to all military aid to Ukraine. The president went on to say that the U.S. is pausing and reviewing our aid to ensure that it is contributing towards a solution. Ontario's premier says Canada is set to retaliate against tariffs the U.S. plans to impose on its country starting tomorrow.
I will stop shipments going into the U.S. for nickel. It will shut down manufacturing because 50% of the nickel you use is coming out of Ontario.
Doug Ford told NBC News that the tariffs will be an absolute disaster for both nations, and Canada will respond like the U.S. has never seen before. California Democratic U.S. Senator Adam Schiff has invited a firefighter to join him at President Trump's Tuesday night address to Congress. Captain Vincent Culliver is a veteran firefighter with the Department of Defense at Vandenberg Space Force Station.
We don't see fires like this in January.
He says he helped fight the fire in Altadena and that federal firefighters need support from Congress. QSA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MediShare. Maybe you've heard joining MediShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MediShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network, so yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Okay, where we leave off there, Brain Dead brought up, I'm thinking in the world of NASCAR, that's a name I had never heard of. How do you jump right into a Cup Series race? I guess it's a name that's recognized in IndyCar racing. She is a native of England and has competed in 19 IndyCar Series races, including 4 starts at the Indy 500. In 2023, says she set the record at Indy for the fastest qualifying time by a woman. So rather interesting. Obviously, if she's going to be out there, I guess she ran a couple of Xfinity Series races, just a handful, but so I guess she's got a little bit of experience behind the wheel of a NASCAR, but
right.
Does that mean all the field is going to be out there trying to say, stay away, stay away? She don't know, she don't know what she's doing.
Either that or they're going to try to take her out, one of the two. But, I mean, she's like the Danica Patrick, like you were saying. She's trying to make that jump. And not many people that come over from the IndyCar world to the NASCAR world actually make it. Because we've said before, the Indy cars are extremely light and they're extremely low. I mean, me and Dingbat were talking about this earlier today or yesterday. Those Indy cars sit between 4 to 6 inches off the ground. They are that low, and they're like they taper them things like a bullet. They're made to make downforce. That car is sucked to the ground. That's how they're running it. And that's how they can get 225, 230 mile an hour on a V6 twin turbo V6. That's how they're doing it, because it's been 15, 20 years ago, maybe not even that long ago. They were running the V8 engines, but you've got to look at the weight side of it. The V6 twin turbo is a lot lighter than a V8 engine. Plus, two, those V6 engines are running dual overhead cams versus a push-rod V8 of what the NASCARs, what stock cars run. The tires are also twice as wide. You have a lot more contact with the ground versus the NASCARs, which is not as wide. But you also got to look at, too, there's more metal in a Cup car than there is an Indy car. I mean, there's very little, if anything that is actually metal anymore. So those cars can be like a bullet.
Mm-hmm.
And like we've said before, NASCAR and the insurance policy wants them about 180 mile an hour. They don't want them to go too far over that mark, because the aerodynamics will help, because they're having more wind go underneath them. That helps give that lift to get them to go. NASCAR has taken the safety very seriously. It's like with Ryan Preece's car when he flipped at the 500. They took that car back to the 500. Not the 500. Back to the R&D center to figure out why it went airborne and why did the roof flap not deploy. Because if you look at all the rub rails and everything, there are modifications they have done over the years to help keep that car down on the track. And sometimes they don't work, and they're all the time improving the safety factor of everything. But I really don't think she's going to do anything. I mean, she's trying to make a name for herself. Good luck to her. I mean, she's got, just hang around in Xfinity, hang around in ARCA and Cup, because Danica really, when she came in, and maybe Pornstar could help me out, I think it was maybe she was only in Xfinity Danica was only in Xfinity for maybe 1 year or 2 years, and then she was already up into the Cup Series ride. And you need that little bit of adjustment coming from the world of Indy to the world of Cup. There's a totally difference.
Very interesting. So that'll be something to check out, I guess, this weekend. A female. I mean, I'm thinking back. We've seen it, like you said, a number of IndyCar try to come into NASCAR. Yeah, most of them haven't really had a lot of success. Wasn't Juan Pablo? He was an Indy driver, wasn't he? You had the Andretti, the one Andretti, and of course Danica. I guess Tony Stewart. He was Yeah, was he not an IndyCar driver first and foremost? Because I know he did the twin bill, the double dip thing.
I think he ran very limited IndyCar. I don't think he ran primarily Indy, but he was one of the ones that made the jump and really did make it successful. But a lot of these, they just, I don't know what it is. Juan Pablo Montoya was actually pretty successful. I think he won one or two races and hit one or two of the
air
track
dryers
cleaning trucks at the Daytona 500 that
Right.
1 year. Yeah. Can't forget that one as long as I can remember. But no, Brad Keselowski had to be stretchered out of the after the race because his cooling suit decided it wanted to malfunction and he was severely dehydrated. Also, the cars of Noah Gragstone and Tyler Reddick were taken back to the R&D Center for Future Research and Development too, Steve. But other than that, buddy, we're going to ride south for some more, and we'll be listening.
All right, I've heard over the years, and of course, where they were down in the heat was on. It wasn't 100-degree day in Texas, but those on those racing at Talladega, the summer race, Daytona. Some of those southern drivers over the years, they talk about losing like 6 pounds during the race. That's all the water, sweating out of their body. Severe dehydration. So if your cooling suit, it gets 100 and something degrees in those cars. All the heat coming off the engine and whatnot. All right, 844-3388. In the trucking industry, it was on, it was off. It was on, it was off. So many different times we've lost track. The federal government now will not enforce the Corporate Transparency Act. Is this final, please? Finally providing small business owners who have not filed a beneficial ownership information report with some certainty. This past Sunday, the Treasury Department announced that it will not enforce any penalties or fines associated with the beneficial ownership information reporting rule under the existing regulatory deadlines. It will not enforce penalties against U.S. citizens or domestic reporting companies after the forthcoming rule changes take effect. They said they plan to severely gut the Corporate Transparency Act. Currently, the rule calls for most U.S. small businesses, as well as any foreign company registered to do business in the U.S., to file the Beneficial Ownership Information Report with the Secretary of State. This is the Treasury will issue a proposed rulemaking that will take domestic companies off the hook while keeping the requirement for affected foreign companies. Treasury Department said this is in the interest of supporting hardworking American taxpayers and small businesses, ensuring that this rule is appropriately tailored to advance the public interest. The Treasury Secretary said this is a victory for common sense. This is part of President Trump's agenda to unleash American prosperity by reining in burdensome regulations, in particular for small businesses, the backbone of the American economy. Now, effectively, all U.S. businesses no longer have to file a beneficial ownership information report. Now, they do say a formal rule must be finalized before the small business owners are officially off the hook, but they're saying that's it, done deal, so forget about it. All right, about 17 before the hour, there's Brother Rambler. Good morning.
Well, good morning and praise God. And just so you know, the foul line, I'm on this kind of a carnivore diet. I'm not a drug addict, never have been. So I've been having a craving for powdered donuts. Now, I was out there thinking that white powder was confectioner's sugar that goes on powdered donuts. So let's just be clear about that. But praise God, glad to be on the air with you, Steve. And I didn't call in at all last week. and I apologize for that, but I'm here tonight, and I'm glad to be on the air with you, my dear friend. Praise God. And hello to everyone out there in radio land, going down the road, the highways and the byways, all our listeners on terrestrial radio, and on the now functioning Steve Summers app. So, oh, man, I tell you what, Gene Hackman. You know, there's a lot of movies I like with Gene Hackman. Of course, I got introduced to him when I was just a little kid, to him playing Lex Luthor in Superman. But my two favorite roles, besides him in The French Connection, was him playing opposite Clint Eastwood in The Unforgiven.
Yeah.
But there was a movie that came out in 1995. And this movie was called The Quick and the Dead. And Steve had an all-star cast. Sharon Stone, Leonardo DiCaprio, Russell Crowe, Lance Hendrickson. He played there. Of course, you don't know who he is. He played Bishop in Aliens and also played in the first Crow movie and anyways like that. But he played such a good villain in that movie. Because he played the town's mayor. So you ain't never seen that movie, The Quick and the Dead. Go back and watch it. Classic Gene Hackman movie, and I think it has an all-star cast.
I mean, he did. I loved it. I mean, he was one of my favorite actors, and I never really heard a whole lot of him agitating me, kind of like Robert De Niro does with his anti-Trump and all his leftist views. But one of my favorites was I loved Crimson Tide when he was alongside Denzel Washington. The submarine movie.
Yes, I mean, Steve, when The Hunt for Red October come out, I thought that nothing could top that. And the reason why I love The Hunt for Red October, because, you know, Sean Connery played good, you know, he played a great Russian in that movie. But Alabama won the national championship in 1992. And then that movie, The Crimson Tide, followed up. And you're right, that was an amazing movie with Gene Hackman. But when you say Gene Hackman, you know, if you put me on the spot, the first movie that I go to is when he played the coach in Hoosiers. And that was such a good movie. And I believe that was based on a true story, how he took a little ragtag basketball team and made them into high school champions. And that too had an all-star cast. Gene Hackman, oh man, Barbara Hershey starred in that movie.
I was thinking Dennis Hopper. I saw some things where
Dennis Hopper, yes.
Yeah.
Dennis Hopper starred in that movie too.
Gene thought that movie, he was concerned that might destroy his career, but I guess it turned out to be one of the greatest.
It was such a great movie. And, you know, Barbara Hershey played such a good role. Dennis Hopper, you know, for most people who don't know, Dennis Hopper battled alcoholism. And I know I watched a biography on Dennis Hopper, said that when he made that movie with Peter Fonda, what was the name of the movie, Steve? The motorcycle gang movie, where he was drunk half at the time. But he played a good role in that movie. And, so if someone says, well, you know, Gene Hackman, I always think about Hoosiers and, of course, The French Connection, which was a phenomenally great movie. But you want to watch him as a darn good villain, I mean a darn good antagonist, go watch The Quick and the Dead. I mean, it may not be for you because Sharon Stone and Russell Crowe have the lead roles. And, of course, you got a little old-known actor named Leonardo DiCaprio that stars in that movie as well. So, and of course, you know, he went on to do great and wonderful things like Gangs of New York, Basketball Diaries. The movie I think Leonardo should have won the Oscar was What's Eating Gilbert Grape. Oh, if you ain't ever seen that movie, how he played a severe mentally challenged young man. Oh my Lord! He should have got an award for that. Of course, Titanic, Wolf of Wall Street, the list goes on and on and on. All the great movies that man's made. Speaking of antagonists, the world of sports entertainment, I'm talking about professional wrestling, got a shock Saturday night.
Oh, yeah?
Who would have who would have ever thought that Mr. Hustle, Loyalty, and Respect, who would have ever thought that the man that granted over 600 Make-A-Wishes to children, whoever thought that Mr. Never Give Up, all the T-shirts and the hats these kids bought in support of John Cena. John Cena is now a bad guy. He turned heel Saturday night. And my God, the last time I seen anything that kind of shocked me was when Hulk Hogan did it in 1996 at Bash at the Beach.
Yeah.
When he joined the NWO. I know it's entertainment. I get it. It's choreographed. But just so you know, a little bit behind the scenes, when he pulled Cody Rhodes' watch off and I'm going to be honest, I don't see how you could fake that. That was a straight kick to the groin that he gave Cody Rhodes, and then took his Rolex off, wrapped it around his fist, and punched him in the head, and blood just went everywhere. And I watched the replay, and that was him not blading, him not juicing himself. That was a hard way hit. And I guess they got backstage, and my best guess is the old wrestler fanatic, the old wrestler concept is, I'll apologize to you backstage. We got to make this look good. So yeah, that was a real. Hey, I'm dead serious. I mean, some of them hits, they will get snug and they will lay it in, Steve. So, but yeah, John Cena is now heel Cena, joined up with The Rock, who is now a heel. So, a lot of interesting things if you're into sports entertainment. And if you ain't never watched Monday Night Raw tonight, Io Sky beat Rhea Ripley. She's now the women's champion. And so she will go on to face Bianca Belair for the women's championship. And, of course, next week on Monday Night Raw, live on Netflix, it will be CM Punk versus Seth Rollins in a no-holds-barred steel cage. So, anyways, like I said, yeah, you can laugh at me, roll your eyes. It's entertainment. I watched it my whole life.
Yeah.
I watched it my whole life, Steve. And, I shared with a couple of my wrestling buddies, whenever I was a kid, the first sellout that I ever saw, the one that really sold his soul and turned bad, the one that shot me was when Andre the Giant joined up with Bobby Heenan and challenged Hulk Hogan at WrestleMania. That just shot me as a kid, because Andre the Giant was just a nice, gentle giant and loved kids. And he had just made the movie The Princess Bride. And then he comes out being the bad guy. More sports. The Stadium Series game, Detroit Red Wings.
Yeah,
and the
how about
Columbus Blue
that?
Jackets. I love
5-3.
Hey,
Blue
I
Jackets.
Well, there was a couple of questionable calls. There was a high sticking call that should have been called on the Blue Jackets that never got called. And that goal at the end should have never took place, because there was a tripping penalty that happened right in front of the refs, and they never even called it. So that goal should have never counted. But I like how they did the tribute to Johnny Grudeau. Sorry, how they did the tribute to him. They had his widow and they had his children out there. And they passed around a whole humongous flag with Johnny Grudeau and number 13 on it. Of course, they paid tribute to his brother, Matthew Grudeau, also. And it was a good game. And, oh, boy, we got to start winning. I wish Alex DeBrincat would have got one more goal. That he would have got a hat trick. See, Patrick Kane, number 88, got himself a goal, and Alex DeBrincat got 2 goals. If he would have got a third one, that would have been amazing to see 93,000 people throw their hats on the ice in celebration of a hat trick. But we got to get it ready, because now we got the Carolina Hurricanes, formerly known as the Hartford Whalers, coming into Little Caesars Arena to play us this Tuesday night. They dropped the puck at 6 o'clock Central Standard Time. So we got to get ready. You know, every game has got to count. We're number 2 on the wild card, and if we're going to make the playoffs in the postseason, we got to win every game, and we can't really lose any more than that. Other than that, God's children, I want to tell you, if you paid attention to Lauren Weiss's phone call, you heard what the man said. He's been going around giving his testimony, and he's got a tremendous one. You know, he says how he got off methamphetamines. There's a lot of people that have got off methamphetamines and other drugs by taking that one step towards Jesus Christ. Leo Morris is a good example, Shorty's son, who took that one step towards Jesus Christ and got off the drugs. My son, Trey Wilson, took that one step when he hit rock bottom, found himself looked at 20 years, took that one step to Christ, got delivered, and he's getting married this weekend. So we're not going to be having church over at Determined Ministries Church this weekend, because I will be attending his wedding, and that young man's come a long way. If you just give Jesus Christ a chance, God's children, he'll prove to you that he will replace any kind of drug, any kind of pill, any kind of addiction. If you struggle with pornography, he'll replace that. All you have to do is just give Jesus a chance. Give him a chance. He'll prove to you that he is who he says he is. And I tell you, we had such a great service last Sunday, Steve. We preached out the book of 1 Kings. We talked about how the prophets of Baal called on Baal all day long. He never showed up. But when Elijah rebuilt the altar, sacrificed the bullock, poured 4 barrels of water 3 different times upon the altar, and fire from God come down from heaven and dried everything out and burned everything up, and showed the people that God is God. He changes not. And then after that, a 3-year drought come to an end in the very same day. So God is God. He changes not. All you have to do is give him a chance, Steve. Before I get off here, I want to say about love. And love is just not another 4-letter word. It's something you have to do. It's something you have to enact. And if Jesus can love you, and he does, old Brother Rambler can love you, and I do. And I may try and call in and tell you about Hot Shot Secret that you can order and the SteveSummersOvernightDrive.com where you can get your gear at. We love you. God bless you. Bye now.
All right, Brother Rambler. Have a great morning. All right, active weather kind of getting underway. A line of storms really starting to kick there, moving through West Texas. We'll give you more coming up.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Vice President J.D. Vance says he was trying to defuse the situation during last Friday's confrontational meeting with Ukrainian President Zelensky.
Something about my answer just really set Zelensky off, so then he came at me. So you're blaming yourself. then I went back at him.
During an interview on Fox News, Vance said President Trump was trying to be gracious and diplomatic for most of the Oval Office meeting. He says when things really started to heat up, he pushed to take the discussion behind closed doors, but President Trump wanted the American people to see it. Vance indicated there was a lack of respect and sense of entitlement from Zelensky. Secretary of Health and Human Services Robert F. Kennedy is pushing for people to get vaccinated against measles.
Kennedy, who has been known for vaccine skepticism, made the call in an opinion piece on Fox News Sunday. Last week, authorities reported the first measles death in the U.S. since 2015, as a measles outbreak has led to hospitalizations in Texas. While noting that the decision to vaccinate is a personal one, Kennedy said the vaccine protects children and contributes to community immunity. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
Pope Francis has taken another turn. Medical analyst Vin Gupta said his condition has become worse.
Acute respiratory insufficiency, essentially for the lay public, that means that he's having trouble breathing, and it's happening quickly.
Francis has been in the hospital for over 2 weeks due to bronchitis and pneumonia. The Vatican says the prognosis remains reserved. Linda McMahon has been confirmed to lead the Education Department. The Senate voted 51-45 to confirm McMahon, landing along party lines. Democrats have criticized her lack of education experience, as well as her support for President Trump's plans to close the Department of Education. She was formerly with the WWE and left in 2009 for politics. McMahon has been named as a defendant in a lawsuit alleging that the WWE tried to conceal sexual abuse committed against boys who were assisting the ring crew on productions during her time running the wrestling giant. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Lisa Wolf here to tell you about our newest website for old-time radio lovers. It's 100radioshows.com. At this site, there are 5 old-time radio shows waiting for you to download free as our gift to you for listening to this radio show. And be sure to browse the additional 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. For nearly 40 years, Carl Amari has been licensing the rights to classic radio shows, including Suspense, Jack Benny, Gunsmoke, My Favorite Husband, Dragnet, The Lone Ranger, and many more. Today, Carl has over 100,000 classic radio shows, and because he works with the owners and estates, they provide the master recordings, which are superior sound quality. 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. This is a limited-time offer, so log on to 100radioshows.com. That's 100radioshows.com.
Volkswagen has issued a recall for over 60,000 U.S. cars.
Federal safety regulators say a faulty gear shift indicator could result in a vehicle rolling away if the parking brake is disengaged, raising the crash risk. The recall includes certain 2021 to 2023 Volkswagen models and 2022 to 2023 Audi Q4 e-tron Sportback cars. The problem is tied to a software glitch that fails to display some gear positions correctly. I'm Mark Mayfield.
A winter storm is set to bring severe weather and possible power outages to millions across the nation.
The storm's expected to move through the southern and central parts of the plains later today before hitting the Midwest by tomorrow and the Great Lakes region by Wednesday. The National Weather Service said the Sierra Nevada could see around 12 inches of snow, while the Rockies and Great Basin as much as 24 inches in higher areas. Nearly 170 million people may see winds up to 70 miles an hour this week. John Summers, USA Radio News.
A Seattle parking enforcement officer found a stolen replica of the Liberty Bell.
The bell was stolen from the Evergreen Mosheli Cemetery Saturday. It's estimated to be worth over $100,000. The parking enforcement officer spotted a detached flatbed trailer with a tarp covering something large. He looked under the tarp and saw the bell. He called police and they confirmed with cemetery staff it was a stolen bell. It's very rare. There are only 20 replica Liberty Bells in the world. I'm Brad Ford.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Good morning, guys. I just want to warn you, traffic is tough out there.
We are here for you to tell you how to keep safe.
Everybody who is listening needs to take cover as soon as they can.
To provide the music, talk, and sports you love. And to deliver the news that matters to you. We are the voices you can trust. We are live and local. We are America's broadcasters. Text radio to 52886 and tell Congress you depend on your local radio stations.
Message and data rates may apply. You may receive up to 4 messages a month.
This message furnished by the National Association of Broadcasters.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, get that final hour underway as we roll into a Tuesday. All right, more on the weather coming up this hour. Going to be a very active day. Windy. That's the word. Yeah, widespread wind advisories and high wind warnings impacting most of the central and eastern half of the country for the day ahead. Meanwhile, let me get back to the rest of the story. I didn't get that completed last hour as promised. But tariffs, the 25% tariffs kicking in today on both Mexico, Canada, and an additional 10% on Chinese goods. The Trump administration moving forward. Now, the media, the corporate lobbyists, insisting this is going to drive up inflation. It's going to crush the American consumer. But new research from the Federal Reserve Bank of Atlanta suggests otherwise. Their analysis shows that the actual impact on consumer prices will be modest. Estimated increases of 0.81 to 1.63%. So that's a far cry from this so-called economic catastrophe being predicted by Trump's opponents. The Atlanta Fed's research makes a crucial distinction that the media conveniently ignores. Being tariffs create a one-time price adjustment, not ongoing inflation. Inflation happens when prices keep rising year after year. Tariffs function as a structural shift in trade cost. It's not a continuous upward pressure on prices. A study also highlights that 80% of the expected price impact comes from tariffs on Mexico and Canada, not China. That is a key takeaway because it confirms Trump's policy is aimed at restructuring North American trade, not just confronting Beijing. This should not come as a surprise. Trump has long argued that the outsourcing model that shifted our manufacturing to Mexico was not sustainable. It also suggests the effects of the tariffs on U.S. prices will likely be short-lived because it should not be too difficult for Mexico and Canada to make changes to their economic policies required to get the tariffs lifted. Now, the changes in Mexico and Canada that would likely satisfy President Trump are relatively minor adjustments. While the usual suspects claim tariffs will devastate the American consumer, the biggest pain is being felt south of the border. The latest S&P Global Mexico Manufacturing PMI shows that Mexico industrial sector is already contracting at its fastest pace in 5 months. Driven by plummeting U.S. demand, exports to the U.S. are falling at their fastest rate since 2021. Factory job losses in Mexico are accelerating. That is not the sign of a U.S. economy in crisis. It is evidence that Trump's policies are working exactly as intended. Meanwhile, Canada and Mexico had been scrambling for last-minute concessions to avoid the tariffs. Wall Street Journal reports Canadian officials have been pushing Washington for exemptions, while Mexico's President Claudia Sheinbaum is still hoping for a last-minute deal. But Trump, for his part, is not budging. The days of easy trade deals and one-sided benefits are over. Now, the Atlanta Fed study does not support the media's claim that this is going to cause runaway inflation. Instead, it models different scenarios and shows that the actual impact on consumer prices depends on how businesses and consumers adjust. The study acknowledges that full cost pass-through is not certain. Businesses could absorb some of the cost through lower margins or alternative sourcing strategies. If certain imports become more expensive, buyers may shift toward domestic alternatives. That would dampen the overall inflationary effect. The study also suggests while tariff increases prices at the point of imposition, tariffs do not cause continuing upward price momentum. There's a key distinction between a one-time adjustment and persistent inflation, more like we saw over the previous administration, year after year. Broader inflationary trends, as past economic research has shown, are often shaped by monetary policy, fiscal spending, and supply chain conditions. There was a study in 2021 from economists at Harvard, the Federal Reserve, and the University of Chicago that all reinforces this point. Their research found that while import prices rose due to tariffs, the impact on retail prices varied by product. Some goods, like washing machines, saw clear price increases. Many other retail prices remained stable as businesses absorbed cost rather than passing them on. The study also found that Chinese exporters did not lower prices to offset tariffs. Most of the price increases did not make their way onto the store shelves, suggesting that the U.S. firms bore the cost at the import level. Retailers adjusted supply chains to minimize price increases, some increasing inventory before the tariffs hit, others shifting their sourcing away from China altogether. Those findings, all these findings, suggest that the common assumption that 100% or even 50% of tariffs are passed through to consumers is overstated. Much of the burden is absorbed by importer margins rather than showing up in direct consumer price increases. Even inside the Trump administration, there are reportedly some concerns about inflationary effects from this. The administration's economic advisors should rest easy. Go back to Trump's first term. The tariffs did not significantly raise consumer prices, and new research suggests even the worst case scenario of full pass-through to consumers, price increases would be quite small. Don't believe all the, Tariff-ageddon. It's going to be Armageddon for the economy. Trump's destroying everything. All right, happy Taco Tuesday from Truck and Phil. Morning, Mr. Summers, the Hotshot Secret Nation, and the great product of Staybill, and the great Knucklebuster. 38 to start things off, warming up to a whopping 60 today in Fort Wayne, Indiana. Get her done. Semper Fi from Truck and Phil. Scenic Route, how we doing this morning?
Just fine, Steve. Normally I would start out by asking you to thank me for making my call, but I got a lot to say about crypto, and I want to get it across. We don't have a lot of time. I was listening to you the other night when you were talking to Inbred Redneck, and he got cut off. I was very interested in hearing him talk about XRP because it's one of the cryptos that Trump has listed as part of the crypto reserve that he's creating.
Mm-hmm.
A few years ago, I was very skeptical about crypto of any kind. Didn't understand it. Didn't know why anyone would want to buy it. And then I started to believe that the progressive powers at that time were setting about destroying the economy so they could implement the Great Reset, which I believed was going to, they were going to come up with a federal digital currency because they could have more control over the American people that way. So that, they could track all transactions using blockchain, using crypto. And so I started thinking about Bitcoin, and I could see the benefits of putting assets on Bitcoin because it was decentralized. It was going to be separate from whatever federal digital currency they could come up with. So I was interested in that. But recently, my wife, who does all my investing for me, talked to me about XRP. The difference between XRP and Bitcoin is XRP is a utility crypto. It's not just a storage of value. Bitcoin is a good storage of value, but it's not good for much else. XRP has been engineered for the past 10 years by a guy named Brad Garlinghouse, who has connections all over the world. He's good friends with Trump. He's going to be at that crypto conference on the 7th. But he's met with him several times. The reason that Trump is going to be investing in XRP is it's a utility that really revolutionizes international currency transactions, international financial transactions. Right now, international, countries and conglomerates use SWIFT. That's the current system. In order to make a financial transaction, sometimes it takes 3 to 5 days. It also closes down after a certain period. You can't do 24/7 transactions, and it's fairly expensive. XRP allows people to make transactions in split seconds and for like 0.5 of a penny per transaction, which is just going to transform the whole financial system. And most countries and businesses have already been beta testing XRP for about 2 years, at least 2 years. Japan's already adopted. Most of their banks have already adopted it. But they didn't want to actually go full bore on it because the Biden administration has been trying to suppress crypto, making it almost criminal for banks and countries to use it because they liked the current central bank system and they wanted to transfer to a federal digital currency rather than letting decentralized crypto companies take that business over. So they were trying to criminalize it. Now that Trump's in there, XRP is going to be the fuel for international transactions. And one more thing I just want to add, there's something called digital tokenization. Blockchain cryptos, it's a method of making transactions transparent and giving you a record of every transaction that's made. They call them ledgers. XRP has a ledger. All the cryptos have ledgers. Every transaction that is made on crypto is put on the ledger, and anybody can access it and take a look at it. But tokenization will allow you to put any asset you have, say you own a boat, say you own a real estate, any kind of financial asset you have can be tokenized, meaning they can make it into a coin to be put on the ledger, and you can trade it that way. No money needs to change hands. You just use the crypto to make that transaction, and it makes it a lot quicker. There's a record of it. It's all verified between buyer and seller. You don't have to wonder, who am I selling to? Is this a scam? People are already verified if they're on it. So I am recommending to you right now, XRP is selling for about $3 a coin right now. Once the federal government establishes the regulatory framework for crypto, it's going to take off. And I predict that by the end of this year, we're going to be looking at $100 XRP. That could only be the beginning, because XRP is international. It's not just going to be the United States that's using it. It's going to be businesses and countries that have already indicated that this is the gold standard of international financial transactions, XRP. So my hot crypto tip to anybody who is even skeptical about crypto, look into XRP, look into who's using it. It's about to go parabolic.
Parabolic, okay. All right, now, I sure as hell ain't going to give no advice on investments. I for as much as I hear and people try to explain, I don't get it. There's nothing backing it. What is backing this? There's no gold, there's no silver. Of course, there's not. What's backing the U.S. dollar is the ability for the working people of America to produce things. That's always the discussion about crypto. And anyone with a lick of sense always tells you, don't invest in something that you can't afford to lose all of the investment. Now, this just, he's mentioned XRP. I don't know anything about it. 17 minutes ago, this came up from one of the crypto sites. Significant turbulence has hit the crypto markets. Ripple has not been spared, and XRP price has faced a notable decline amid this volatility. The DTX exchange has stood out as a unique opportunity, having raised over $15.4 million from XRP traders looking for opportunities. Enthusiasts believe investors stand to make 2 times profit when DTX will be officially listed at 36 cents. This comes as interest among investors shifts toward a crypto projects that have substantial growth potential. XRP, the native digital currency of Ripple, has encountered considerable headwinds recently since reaching the January high of $3. XRP price has nosedived on a sharp decline, falling nearly 17% in the last week alone. Currently priced at about $2.40. XRP's downturn can be partially attributed to sell-offs in the broader market, regulatory uncertainties, and significant dumping by whales. Of note is that Ripple whales have been reported to offload 370 million coins, causing substantial downward pressure on the price. The big spike, they've got a chart, is because of the announcement that President Trump made about a strategic crypto reserve, which will place the U.S. as a leader in the crypto space. XRP surged around 30% when Trump mentioned that Ripple will be added as a strategic reserve. Global macroeconomics, new tariffs, liquidity setbacks in the U.S. have also worsened volatility for assets like Ripple. Nevertheless, some analysts remain quite optimistic about its recovery potential. Historically, big sell-offs preceded big rallies. At one time, the XRP price rebounded 35% following massive sell-offs. Therefore, even at the current levels, a bullish reversal could occur. There's much more to the story, but most of this, to me, it's like Greek. Yeah, I don't have the money sitting on the side to throw out there and wake up tomorrow and it's gone. I'd be better off just going down to the casino and taking a shot at the craps table. That's my personal opinion. I know there's billions and billions of dollars out there involved in this stuff. Is this Trump crypto conference, is it going to be kind of maybe educational for us, explaining how this stuff works? We'll find out, I guess, on Friday. But thanks for the breakdown, Scenic Route. He's very positive on it. Maybe the inbred redneck can chime in maybe tomorrow night. Give us his 2 cents worth on it. What do we get? Is that Hillbilly Text this morning?
Happy dadgum Trump Tuesday to all my brother and sister truckers out there, Steve. I can barely work this here telephone, let alone buy all that fake money that I don't know, I can't look at. But now, look here, what I called about really was, since Gene Hackman died, rest in peace, Gene, my favorite movie, and I watch it at least once a month, is Gene Hackman. Gene Hackman, Jerry Reed, and Danny Glover. Do you know what movie I'm talking about?
Was that Unforgiven?
No, sir. It's called Bat 21.
Okay. All
where
right.
Gene Hackman was shot down behind enemy lines, and Jerry Reed and Danny Glover, they figured out how to shoot the golf course down there that he loved to play. And Bat 21 back during the wartime. So it's a great movie, but anyway, I just wanted to throw that out. But anybody coming over here between Gatlinburg and Cherokee, over the big hill over here, you might want to call, because these high winds is fixing to shut that road down again over here on the Newfound Gap 441, whatever you want to call it, between Gatlinburg and Cherokee. So you may have to find another route in there, come up, 19 or something. But anyway, everybody keep a shiny side up, tipping the hat and ringing the cowbell. Exit 81 off the big 75.
Thanks for checking in there, Hillbilly Tex. Have a great morning. I mean, you can do some search on crypto news, and I mean, there's tons of stuff this morning. Let's see. The price, here's a headline. Crypto Beast says the price of XRP will hit $10. Ripple, a.k.a. XRP, is one of the best altcoins at the moment. CoinMarketCap shows that the price of XRP rose over 5% in the past week alone. Now, the previous story said it dropped 17%. Let's see, up 5% from around $2.50 to nearly $2.60. Market expert Crypto Beast remains optimistic about XRP. According to his post on X, this altcoin will soon be worth $10. In other words, he's talking a nearly 300% increase in the price of XRP. Yeah, while the Ripple price prediction has made some waves, some traders are still cautious. This is because the price of XRP has already surged over 300% on the year-to-date chart. Therefore, its highest upswings may have passed because of this. Yeah, they're turning to coins like DTX instead. Greek to me.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump is ordering a pause to all military aid to Ukraine. The president went on to say that the U.S. is pausing and reviewing our aid to ensure that it is contributing towards a solution. Ontario's premier says Canada is set to retaliate against tariffs the U.S. plans to impose on this country starting tomorrow.
I will stop shipments going into the U.S. for nickel. It will shut down manufacturing because 50% of the nickel you use is coming out of Ontario.
Doug Ford told NBC News that the tariffs will be an absolute disaster for both nations, and Canada will respond like the U.S. has never seen before. California Democratic U.S. Senator Adam Schiff has invited a firefighter to join him at President Trump's Tuesday night address to Congress. Captain Vincent Culliver is a veteran firefighter with the Department of Defense at Vandenberg Space Force Station.
We don't see fires like this in January.
He says he helped fight the fire in Altadena and that federal firefighters need support from Congress. USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MetaShare. Maybe you've heard joining MetaShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge. But it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MetaShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network, so yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Docs Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Docs cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Docs Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hardworking farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night.
But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
I got a couple of other very interesting updates I want to get to. The latest on the Epstein files. Last we heard, Pam Bondi was pretty PO'd. That's the new Attorney General. But the FBI kind of shorting her on the information, 200 pages, while apparently thousands of documents were not handed over. Of course, we had the report there Friday morning. She gave Kash Patel till 8 a.m. Friday morning. You're the head of the FBI. Get this all on my desk. Speaking to Sean Hannity, Bondi confirmed that in her word, truckload of Epstein files were delivered by the FBI after she gave them till 8 a.m. Friday morning. She says, quote, I gave the FBI a deadline Friday, 8 a.m. to get us everything. And a source had told me where the documents were being kept. Southern District of New York, shock. So we got them all by Friday, 8 a.m. I guess she thinks they got them all. I mean, did she? Thousands of pages of documents. I have the FBI going through them, and Director Patel is going to get us a detailed report as to why the FBI withheld all those documents. She went on to describe the documents as a truckload of evidence. A detailed report is incoming, and we're going to go through it as fast as we can, but very cautiously to protect all the victims of Epstein. Now, she also accused the Biden administration of literally sitting on the documents. No one did anything with them. Why were they sitting in the Southern District of New York? I want a full report on that. Sadly, these people do not believe in transparency. But I think more unfortunately, a lot of them don't believe in honesty. And it's a new day. It's a new administration. Everything's going to come out to the public. The public has the right to know. Americans have a right to know. So, of course, that highly anticipated rollout of Epstein files turned out to be a nothing burger last Thursday. Disappointing. Everybody thought there was going to be a client list. No significant new information. Representative Anna Paulina Luna of Florida was one of the many vocal critics of that. She said, I nor the task force were given or reviewed the Epstein documents being released today. A New York Post story revealed that the documents would simply be Epstein's phone book. This is not what we or the American people ask for. A complete disappointment. Get us the information we ask for. All right. Going back to last summer, we all seen the play over and over again where it played out. Trump almost lost his life. We still don't know much about the motives behind that attack. We're going back to Butler, Pennsylvania. There are indications the shooter, Thomas Matthew Crooks, did not act alone on July 13 in Butler, Pennsylvania, and that the FBI is obstructing attempts to investigate this. Doug Hegman has been leading a team of 6 other investigators in examining the assassination attempt on behalf of a private client, they say. Interview late last week with the New York Post. They've been conducting geofencing analysis of phones and other devices that did not belong to Crooks, but were found at his home, at the rifle range where he participated in target practice, at the Trump rally in Butler, and at his alma mater, Bethel Park High School. The team has also interviewed over 100 people over the course of their 6-month investigation. We do not think he acted alone, he says. This took a lot of coordination. In my view, and I quote, Crooks was handled by more than one individual, and he was used for this, and I would not preclude the possibility that there were people at the rally itself helping him. Hagman claimed that he has twice been escorted to the Butler County line, told to leave as his team investigated. He believes the people who escorted him there, either federal agents or a private security detail. One can assist in an operation like this by omission or standing down. There are people still out there involved in this case that need to be brought to justice. Now, he's not the only person raising concerns about possible federal obstruction. Representative Clay Higgins of Louisiana has also been investigating the attempted assassination for months now. Unlike other investigators, he thinks there's only one shooter and that prescription drugs played a role. Something happened to make him go crazy, and that's why I think it might have been pharmaceuticals. He says he performed an attempted assassination, and he was committed all the way through to death. He was not acting erratic, but he was a wild lunatic at the same time, incredibly calculating and incredibly smart. In any case, Higgins also said the FBI has repeatedly obstructed his investigation. America pretty much knows that the entrenched interests in our government are not necessarily fans of Trump and probably would have wanted the now former vice president in office. But as more and more days, weeks, and months pass without the public knowing a clear motive or even many basic details about the assassination attempt of our commander-in-chief, the FBI only makes itself look more and more complicit in this. Of course, it's only been a few days. We now have Kash Patel, Dan Bongino, actually heads rolling at the FBI. Who is the guy? Let's see, the New York field office, no less. Now, the head of the FBI's New York field office forced out yesterday, Monday. Now, this is a month after he actually urged his employees at the FBI to, quote, dig in, after the Trump administration removed senior FBI leaders and requested the names of all the agents that worked on the January 6 cases. In an email to FBI staff members in New York on Monday, James Dennehy confirmed he had been ordered to leave. He said, quote, late Friday, I was informed I needed to put my retirement papers in today, which I just did. I was not given a reason for this decision. Now, two sources say Dennehy was given a choice to resign or be fired. Last month, this is the guy who wrote an email to his staff after the Trump Justice Department, led by the acting Deputy Attorney General, Emil Boeb, demanded a list of employees who had worked on criminal cases against Trump supporters who had stormed the Capitol on January 6 of 21. Dennehy wrote, today we find ourselves in the middle of a battle of our own good, as good people are being walked out of the FBI and others are being targeted because they did their jobs in accordance with the law and FBI policy. Time for me to dig in, he said. Now, he was referencing the ouster of 8 veteran FBI leaders, including the head of the Washington field office, who had played roles in the criminal investigations of President Trump while he was out of office. Trump administration officials also requested the names of all agents who worked on J6 cases. It is widely believed inside the FBI that the resistance by Dennehy, along with the acting director Brian Driscoll and the acting deputy director Rob Cassane, prevented a mass firing of thousands of FBI officials who worked on January 6 cases. Dennehy's removal is likely to reignite fear of mass retaliation. Now, Dennehy, this same guy, played a lead role in the corruption investigation of New York Mayor Eric Adams after Adams was indicted on federal corruption charges last year. Dennehy said at a news conference that corruption by public officials was particularly corrosive because it undermines public trust in government. Of course, last month, Trump administration officials ordered federal prosecutors in New York to drop the corruption charges against Adams. In a stunning public rebuke, 7 federal prosecutors in New York and Washington resigned and refused to follow the order. They accused the new administration of agreeing to a quid pro quo whereby the charges against Adams would be dropped if he agreed to support Trump's immigration policies. Trump's Justice Department officials and Adams' lawyer denied any such agreement had been reached. But in his farewell email to colleagues yesterday, Dennehy urged FBI employees to act with integrity, maintain the independence of the FBI, not allow politics to play a role in criminal investigations. That's the way it was supposed to be all along, wasn't it? As I leave today, I have an immense feeling of pride to have represented an office of professionals who will always do the right thing for the right reasons, who will always seek the truth while upholding the rule of law, who will always handle cases and evidence with an abundance of caution, care for the innocent, the victims, and the process first, and will always remain independent. Okay, a little bit of unease at the FBI. His ouster amid intense unease. Trump has obviously promised to fire some FBI agents without citing specific evidence. Trump, of course, pardoned the January 6 defendants after he took office. It is 844-844-3388. Hey, Vic, what's going on this morning?
Oh, I was just listening to all you were talking about and the guy before you. Real quick on that crypto thing. I get a statement from my bank. I get a statement from all the investment accounts, and I bought some crypto, and whatever it was I bought and how much, I really couldn't tell you, but I've never gotten a statement from them. So the first thing they're going to have to do with crypto is put in some regulation. And Biden did a half-hearted investigation into, what was the guy's name? Samuel Bankman-Fried or whatever it was.
Yep, right. That's in jail now, yep.
And they went so far, but when it came to, he was donating a lot of money through crypto to some Democrat candidates and everything, that just kind of dropped off the radar. And on the Bitcoin, I think they've just about approached their limit mathematically. And there are a world of people that have lost accounts or dead accounts like me. So first thing Trump's going to have to do is bring it into regulation. And they tried to get it into the Commodity Futures Trading Commission, and they never did. I don't know if it ever went to SEC or not. But to me, that's the big thing about crypto. They're going to have to come up with some sort of regulation to where at least people have to get a daily accounting of it. Of course, on bank accounts, you get a monthly statement, but on everything else, I can pull up my equity actually every hour if I want to, but it's, a daily type of thing.
Mm-hmm.
So, but I'm like you. I haven't a clue what that stuff means, how they're going to
back it up or anything else if that happens. But and the other thing you just mentioned, that whole deal with the FBI, all I remember is J. Edgar kept in office by blackmailing everybody. And then when they got rid of him, the second in command didn't get promoted to the director of the FBI, and he was Deep Throat, and he was the one that caused the Watergate investigation that caused Nixon to get, well, Nixon resigned, he didn't get impeached. But what that boiled down to was some people decided to get into the office, Democrat office. They said looking for sponsors. No, not really. G. Gordon Liddy, he was upset because he went to jail, and he said that was all about the Democrats' call girl ring, that they wanted to provide the sponsors, and that's what they were actually looking for. But they couldn't come out and tell the people that. So Pam Bondi's got a heck of a job ahead of her, is all I can say. And the Epstein thing, I would imagine he has a lot of contacts because within the intelligence agencies. Maybe not, but she's got a heck of a job, is all I can say. But really what I called up about was like these tariffs, you were talking about that. They got started outsourcing things to foreign countries back in pretty much in the Reagan administration. We had there had been a lot of that going on before anyway, but it picked up a lot of speed in the Reagan administration with the maquiladora process, to where the Mexicans were supposed to make parts assemblies and one thing and another, and then ship them across the border and do the final assembly so that they could mark stuff as assembled in the United States.
Mm-hmm.
Then later on, Walmart pushed a lot of the textile people out there in the Carolinas and everything into going to China to get their stuff made. I was trying to think, I think it was FeatherTex or Pillowtex or something like that. That guy said the worst day of his life was whenever he got hooked up with Walmart. So a lot of that industry got shut down then. So for almost, 30, 40 years, companies have been pushed in the United States to do outsourcing. The companies that were the board that was supposed to keep all of our critical stuff in the United States, they approved people to come in here, foreigners to come in here and buy them up and everything else. So the deal with the tariffs, I think it's not so much the tariffs, but Trump will literally change the whole structure of the business community that's been going on for about 50 years now. And I remember back in the 80s, whenever they had the war on drugs, there was an individual, a New York banker, that I was at a meeting with, and he said, well, if we shut down the cocaine trade, these people will never be able to pay off their debts. And at that point, I said, well, I'm out of here, if that's going to be your attitude. So, I mean, there's so much stuff going on that if Trump really gets into it and investigates it all and cleans it up, which I certainly hope he will, and he's already slowed the southern border down to a trickle. But as one guy said today, he said, well, now the cartels can't make any money off human trafficking. They're going to wind up trying to make it up in drugs or something. So there's a lot that's going to happen into this country also. But to me, the big thing is I think he could have been a little bit more tactful working with Canada and Mexico. And like in Canada, they have stricter milk standards, health standards than we do in this country. And that's one of the things they kind of resist. And the lumber imports and all that. And they also have a lot of rare earth minerals. So I don't know, I hope they can get something worked out to be more reasonable, because our supply chain is basically set up to use stuff from all around the world. And I don't know how disruptive that will be, but it would take a certain amount of lead time to get it back into this country. now to kind of switch over to that Ukraine thing and Zelensky, if Zelensky would have thought about it, if the United States goes over there to help them mine their rare earth minerals, we're going to have to use their ports. And Russia right now has the Black Sea shut down. So I don't think Russia would have challenged the United States to go into the Black Sea, and opening up the Black Sea and the port facilities means Ukraine would have been able to export their grain. And that would have also helped out all the other countries there that are upset that Ukrainian farmers are coming over and blocking up their ports. And you've seen the lines of trucks that's been there. Mm-hmm. And people in Africa need a lot of that grain. So I don't know what Zelensky was thinking about, but I just have to believe that he probably had more fear of having to have elections and opening it up and ending martial law
I think
than anything else.
Isn't that what pretty much what Trump said? Zelensky, quite honestly, does not have desire to end the war. He wants the war to continue going. First of all, money to continue coming in, whether it's from us or Europe, wherever it's coming in from. But he knows when the war ends, there's an open election coming. But, he actually doubled down yesterday, 3 days after this whole spat in the Oval Office. Trump responded via Truth Social, saying Zelensky just delivered the worst statement that could have been made. Now, he said that this war that's now 3 years old is, quote, still very, very far from being over. He was speaking in London, Zelensky this is, where he flew after being unceremoniously booted from the White House Friday. At a briefing conducted in Ukrainian, according to the Associated Press, Zelensky also said he thinks Ukraine has a strong enough partnership with the United States that crucial American military support could continue. Trump yesterday said that's questionable. He put a pause on all support. Trump said, it's what I was saying. This guy doesn't want there to be peace as long as he has America's backing. Europe, in the meeting that they had with Zelensky, stated flatly they cannot do the job without the U.S. Probably not a great statement to have made in terms of show of strength against Russia. What are they thinking, he says. And his anger did not end with a social media post. According to the report from Bloomberg yesterday, as we've heard now, Trump cut off all military aid to Ukraine, even halting all the aid that is currently in transit on the way to the country. Now, while the Associated Press story linked Trump's post, contained no quotes from European leaders flatly stating they cannot support Ukraine without American backing. But the sense of that is pretty clear from what their coverage was. After meeting with Zelensky, British Prime Minister said this past day that there's a number of options on the table to end the fighting, but included one telling statement about what any option would need. We cannot accept a deal in which Russia can breach with ease. We need any deal to be backed by strength. And strength in the context of Europe means us, American military power. We'll see what unfolds here on the day ahead. Of course, Trump tonight, joint session of Congress addressing the nation. We'll have plenty to talk about when we come back at the midnight hour tonight for our next edition of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah.